A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
We begin as wanderers, and we are wanderers still.
Here's a message of importance to millions of people who are continually pale and washed out, weak and run down. Doctors will tell you that these conditions are often caused by a deficiency of iron. The iron you need to keep you physically fit and mentally alert. Medical studies show that 2 out of 3 women and many, many men lack the daily iron your body requires in a form your body can easily use and put to work. Every dose gives you more than your daily minimum iron requirement.
We are awake, we are awake, we are not alone. We are striving for more.
So if you're not getting the iron your body needs,
pushing the button like you should.
if you feel weak, run down, and are easily upset, start taking iron today.
Proven beyond any doubt that there's never been a Jesus and there's never been a globe.
For you.
And no, not for me. It's a fact. It has been proven. Proven. No, not for me. But Jesus the historical is a satanic lie. Not for me, okay?
So, Santos, do you think there are people out there that would say that it is a proven fact that he did exist? Do you think the opposite stance exists?
Hey, listen, whoever that dumb fuck is who said, for you, I want him off this panel or I'm off. Understand?
No, I think it's probably best you leave then.
I was about to say, I think it sounds like...
I didn't want to know.
See you later,
Yes.
Santos.
That's too bad.
Oh,
TGIF, everybody. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, my friend.
one blow.
That's a little classic rewind featuring, of course, James, the Full Armor OG, as he stands up to Santos Bonacci, one of the few times Santos encounters any real resistance. And he did not handle that resistance well at all. That was probably the shortest guest we've ever had on our show. So everybody welcome James, the Full Armor OG. This is a flashback to a show that we tried to do, I don't know, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, featuring just the three of us, the Tryptic, once upon a time. So James, it's awfully glad to see you again. What's been happening? He's gone shy, or he forget that he muted up and he was just talking away.
Or both. Or he thought Santos was really here. I told him we were going to pull the This Is Your Life.
Hey, hello, everybody.
There he is. What's happening?
That intro was just unbelievable.
Yeah, nothing like a good flashback. And even still, I'll use that for you every once in a while. Or even the Santos. Not for me, okay?
For you is...
I'm getting a wicked echo, so that's what I'm just trying to deal with here.
It happens. Did you
Oh,
let
there we
YouTube
go.
keep playing? If you pause YouTube, it helps. That's what I do.
For you.
There we go. I had to turn off my YouTube volume. Welcome, gents. Oh my gosh, it's good to be back.
Absolutely.
That it is a proven fact that he did exist.
Oh, stop.
Uh-oh, now I've got it playing.
Nope, that was me. That was just me.
Because I
Oh
did
my
when I
gosh.
went over to the rock den and thought I had hit play. So, all right, we are good to go then.
For you.
James, it is so good to hear from you, my friend. You just have no idea.
Boys, I love hanging out with you guys. You know what the best part is? We can part for 2 years. I think it's been, what, 2.5 years? And
At
it's
least.
just like we never left. I love it.
Yep.
Feels like I'm home.
Yep.
Well, he did not take that criticism well, though.
No, he put a bounty out on us.
Oh my.
Literally. Not just like, yeah, he
What?
literally went to all his followers and told them he would give them free
Artwork.
whatever he offers, artwork.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff. Whatever stuff he was selling
readings,
on his
whatever kind of
website, he was going to give away free to all the people that could come and take our channel down.
Well, I guess I know who won that fight. Because you guys got almost 5,000 subs now. Well done.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, well, he's still around, and I hear things, and apparently when he's in a good mood, he says some pleasing stuff. That's all I can say. So we've moved on, definitely, and definitely you have lived on in infamy with that clip, without a doubt. It used to be a regular remix in our intro, but Josh definitely peppers it in when it needs to be there.
It's what you call internet gold. It's infinity. It will. Plus, there's such special meaning between the triptych on that. Oh,
yeah, I know. I dug and thought I seen it because I had recently made a video. A good friend of the channel, Jeremy from I Want to Know More channel, sent in an amazing cover version of the Chris Isaac "Wicked Game" song. And so digging through it, in praise of the show, so I was putting all kind of show stuff in it, and I was trying to dig up just any kind of old stuff I could find, and I thought I had seen the Tryptic logo and things. All I could find was the Truth Slinger logo that I think you and I had worked on quite a bit, trying to get that.
Which is still a great name.
I know.
Truth Slinger's great.
Oh, I still have it. I see it every time I go to switch over to the Iron Rim profile so I can do some behind the scenes, giving wrenches or whatever I need to do. I see that I can switch over to the True Slinger channel if I wanted to. It's still there and waiting in the wings. I see Cammie there in chat. Hey, lady, we definitely miss having you here this evening. I hope you guys are having a good night off. We definitely miss y'all. Give the ear boy a big hug and a drop of olive oil in his ear. I'm not going to stop, Zach, until you put some oil in your ear. Anyway, sorry. Our buddy Zach is under the weather with an earache and ear issues, and I've been encouraging to try some olive oil, which I knew nothing about until about 6 years ago. Growing up, it was always, go to the doctor, get the horrible stuff, heating pads, the whole 9 yards. And I suffered from earaches quite a bit as a child. But a friend of ours' wife just said, here, my mom always put olive oil in my ear when I was a kid and had an earache. And I'm trying to logic through that in my head, what that would do. It's not antibiotic. It's not anything that I can think of. Hey, I was in agony and we were at a party trying to be sociable. So I'm like, yeah, give me a drop in my ear. And it took about 30 minutes and I was a new person. I couldn't believe how fast it changed what was going on inside my ear.
I do remember you mentioning that it worked. And I also know that oil of oregano and colloidal silver actually is supposed to be very good for earaches as well.
Oh, see, I've never thought about the silver, being that it is anti-everything. That might be great. Yeah. Oil, do I warm it? No, I only know about the olive oil, Cammie, is the only oil I've ever used. And I don't necessarily have to have it warm unless you're a person who doesn't want to feel that coldness going into your ear. Put it in the cup maybe or something and hold it in your hand enough to get it body temperature warm so you won't have that feeling. But it definitely, the peroxide is good. I'm talking to chat, guys. I know that those who aren't in chat have no clue what's going on here. Cammie and I are having a little conversation. Sorry.
Cammie's audio?
A little drop, Cammie. A little drop in the ear and it will work amazing.
Just about a half quart of 30 weight ought to do. Just grab a funnel, tilt it over.
Grab a funnel. Yeah. Oil can. Oil can. Oil can. Oh, and my gun. Oh, wait, no, that was the scarecrow who had the gun. Anyway. Oh, wait, Liz says almond oil works well. Well, there you go. I would guess it's the oiliness then. It's not inherently the oregano oil. So maybe the
30 weight
grape seed or the 30 weight might work equally as well.
And if
not being a doctor, nor playing one on Iron Realm Media.
Or a mechanic. I'm not a doctor or a mechanic. But if you run your car for about 10 minutes and get that oil nice and warm, it won't get that shock.
It ought to go down really well. Yeah, that'll take care of that earache, I bet. All right, we got to bring this back to sanity. James,
stop that engine knocking too.
I'm pretty well. I'm just relishing the moment here back together.
Yeah.
I think this might boost us. This boost you guys over to 5K. This show, the way we've started. Yeah, man.
Just give us a couple of reviews every now and again that make it sell. That's selling, marketing, right?
I was just so happy to be back, and I was just reflecting on it today. You know, we've done so many things, and we've been together for so long. I think it was 2014 I met you guys.
Yeah.
But that constant thing that keeps us together is the flat Earth. It's not gone away. It's not going away. And
in spite of their efforts.
Yeah, I mean, it was diminished for a little while, but it is back in my exploratory, searches and the time I have left between life now. It's there's a lot of chatter about it. There's just more and more seeming to come out about it, and the minds of men are more easily malleable on the subject, I find.
Well, I don't know how much you keep up with Dave's app, if you're a blue dot or not there on the I'll get it wrong. Zach's not here to correct me. The Blue Water Bay, Flat Earth, Sun and Moon, Clock, and Zodiac app.
Oh, so damn close.
Fucking
You almost
so
had
close.
There's the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay.
Here we go. I had the words right.
Yep.
Just not in the correct order. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that app is pretty telling in that it has already reached over 100,000 people who have activated the app, and to the point of it like going, hey, I'm a person on the world's map. You can see my location and find me and see how close I am to you. That's 100,000 people who've agreed to do that. That's not how many people, however, who have downloaded that app, own that app, use that app to share the information that it does have easy access to. All those videos we used to share just at the drop of a enter on YouTube, guy, you can't get them anymore. You know this, but they're all on Dave's app. If you want to find it there, it's there.
Wow.
So yeah, it's not going away at all. If anything, it'll be the cause of the next reset.
Yeah, probably. I mean, what was it the other day? I was just, one of the best proofs, and especially it's just going to get worse, is, I'm sure you guys have talked about it, but the electromagnetic railgun. So I did a couple of calculations today. So let me just give you a brief overview. So the railgun is a naval gun that uses magnets basically to fire a projectile or a sabot or whatever. But this thing has a range of 204 kilometers. And if you were to hit a target at 204 kilometers away, which you can't do by line of sight, they say,
Right.
you would need to compensate for 6.84 kilometers of curvature.
And how is one doing that? Is it a guided projectile?
No, it's not. It's basically
that rail. It's hauling ass in a straight line. Correct.
It's an aluminum.
I understand how it works.
It's an aluminum or steel modified cartridge that travels at Mach 6. There's no compensation. There's no electronics on that sucker. That is like...
Yeah, we're not talking propulsion. It doesn't propel itself. Once that magnet gets that sabot round up to a speed, and those pulsed electromagnetics fire it out the front, it's going Mach 6, and that's the propulsion. Once it's launched, that's it, and it's going. It's gone. And yeah, there's no way to steer it. You're not steering it at Mach 6. Again, there's no propulsion. They just launch it and done is done.
Exactly. Plus, take into account that the elevation angle that you can do because of the size of these suckers. I mean, you're talking about massive $500 million guns here. You can't really get a big radius. Maybe a few inches higher or lower. So, is that enough to do 6K of compensation? I highly doubt it. Very suspicious. That's one of my big proofs lately, is that one. And then the other one that I was thinking about just when I was getting ready for the brief time I had was, I love this one because it's so simple. You take a hot air balloon, and let's use Alberta, for example, right? Because that's where I'm close to. So you put a hot air balloon and you have it hover in a basket, and you take the speed of the Earth in 40 minutes without doing anything, just hovering over that spot in Calgary. 40 minutes, you're going to be in Cairo, Egypt. Why aren't we using this revolutionary method of travel? I mean, we can get anywhere within 4 or 5 minutes because the Earth is spinning at what,
But
16?
don't you know it all is a big congealed glob of some sort of mass that moves in conjunction with the Earth, conveniently enough? Oh, wait, except for those north-south runways. Somehow it can leave the plane of that goo to land correctly on the north-south
That's
runways.
ridiculous.
I'm just trying to make sure I can get all this spinning science down. I want to know it.
Wow, you got to add gravity into it, right? Gravity's so strong that it can pull and lift the layers of. We can't even probably measure how heavy the freaking ocean is. It's tons upon tons upon tons, but it can move that, but it does nothing to us.
We've actually shifted the Earth's rotation by playing with water, apparently, this morning, Zach told us. Yeah, we have pumped so much groundwater that we have altered the spin of the globe. Because, you know, us terrible humans have that kind of power over nature.
I'm Neil
surprised
deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
That's a name I didn't want to remember. Forgot about that
You
clown.
forgot that dude existed.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm a pair.
A little chubbier on the bottom.
Those were the glory days, though. I mean, I wonder what proofs and what the future holds with all these new minds coming in. Those were the glory days, my friends. Very cusp of it.
We have those great prognostications. Which all came to be true. I mean, which is, if that doesn't blow your mind, who would have thought that could have been even predicted?
And apparently, you mentioned gravity. Apparently, gravity is affecting people's bowels. Apparently, IBS is now you're having problems with gravity.
Say what now?
I'm just remembering that it was a story I had pulled up this morning, but never actually got to. And I don't have it up. I'm just you threw gravity around. And it made that story pop into my head. I could actually pull it up, but yeah, apparently IBS is gravity intolerance. Because science and
it's just a small pocket of negative gravity, don't you know?
Yeah. I'm not making this up. I have to pull it up now. Oh, I don't have
It's getting laughable. Whoever's writing the narratives now, it is just
laughable. Oh my gosh. Where is
You'll see how they're using the size comparisons now. So every 3-4 months, you'll see NASA predicts that the size of 74 DeLoreans will be hitting the Earth. Oh man!
Yeah, it's going to pass between the moon and the Earth. I saw. Is it the Eiffel Tower size one this time, or is it the 52 penguin size? What was that one?
That was a good one. 274 sheep.
So isn't this proof that the
Give me
internet is
power,
dead? That
Josh.
we are no longer really operating on a real internet? Like the internet that we had when we were kids is long dead and gone, and we're just being recycled this same bot story bullshit that has created the space lettuce. Yeah. And that's what it is. We're just
They served the salad this morning.
Yep. We're on a tiny little fucking hamster wheel of an internet. Sorry, Walter.
Give me power,
I'm working on it. Go rush me.
Oh, Liz is in chat. I gotta watch. Hey, where's my cup? Drop a quarter. There you go. But anyway, yeah, dude, it's really ridiculous what we've been, and it's gotten to the point where we don't even do this on the show hardly anymore. The space lettuce or because it's beyond even laughable.
It is.
Oh wait, here we go. I finally have some power. There it is. Now this is an absolutely.
Let's look at space lettuce. Let's look at space lettuce and have ourselves a laugh.
Yeah. So the invisible force of gravity has got you in a bad spot. This is ridiculous. I just wanted you to see it. It's a real story. I'm not going to cover it or read a lot about it because, yeah, we're about you this afternoon, sir. We're about you.
Yeah, get the desperation smells, man. Those
It's
articles
really
are
like
getting
death throes. It really feels like death throes at this point.
I've got gravity intolerance and my breath smells like shit.
The tides are coming early, Ricky. Oh.
Have you been down any like new rabbit holes of late? I know there's been quite a few things that, you know, as Iron Realm has always looking around, checking out what's going on. We've found some interestingly crazy things going on around the flat plane here. So I know you and I had been talking a bit about the whole moon map thing.
Now that's interesting. Yes, I really do like that idea. I like the idea. I'm on board with it. I think there's something there. I mean, if you go to the biblical text too, right? He gave it as a marker and a map and signs and seasons, and it just fits. I mean, what was the other thing?
No, I was trying to remember.
The phases of the moon. You know how it makes that circuit every 6 months, right? If I just realized, because I got the Book of Enoch that I've had for years now, and when he talks about the portals and the sun going through the portals, he's actually talking about the circuit of the winter solstice, where it gets closer and closer to the middle, and then it goes reverses, and those are the portals. And I found that very interesting. It's a great way to actually.
Well, have you seen any? I mean, so a few years back, we had Chris Van Matra on, and he had, with a high-powered telescope and a like $5,000 stacked lens for the sun, had seen a second sun, and it wasn't a lens flare. We have the show. I'll let you watch it, but there's no doubt he found this second sun, and then we found out around the same time. Well, we're not sure. Chris, he came on. He was over hanging out with Zach and them, so they were like seeing it themselves through his telescope. Zach and Cammy and everybody there. And then we found out Crow 777 had also videoed a second sun, and he really didn't want to talk about it much yet because he didn't have a whole lot of info about it. He didn't know really what he had seen. Kind of like the first time he saw the lunar wave, he really didn't know what he had or what he had seen. And so we told him about Chris and got a show going with him and Chris together, and a meeting of the minds on the second sun. And this has been like, 5 years ago? At least 4, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, 4 is probably closer to. I want to say 4.
It's been a minute,
right?
And so now, recently, with all these wildfires, which, speaking of, you're in Canada. Are your skies orange right now?
Yeah, but I've had this discussion with a lot of people online. Like, I guess well, Josh lived in Canada for a while, so you'd understand. Wildfires are very, very typical here in Western Canada.
They have them out in the when I traveled across, taking my family to Oregon, my mom and my sister and her family, we passed through this area heading towards the Grand Canyon, and they were having the annual wildfires that happen on the mountain there every year. That's the thing. You just are ready for it or you're not. And it was happening and it was smoky as hell.
Yeah,
so the fact that wildfires in nature are a fact. They used to happen on my uncle's land all the time. And we used to burn because of it, to keep it from happening. And we would burn control burns to keep it from taking out whole shit, whole sections of it.
You get the ash, it's bad
absolutely.
for your lungs, the sky goes orange, but people think the Canadian ones are so bad, but they forget we have so much wide open spaces and forests, like it's incomprehensible to most people that live in city centers, right? They don't know.
Right.
We have
right.
like pure land, pure forests, so it is unusual. It is actually the largest recorded fire year in Western Canada history this year, but I mean, if you want to talk conspiracy, look at what happened in Australia, right? 2020 was the worst there. Then we got Canada here. Like, are they more frequent now? Probably. Are they mostly man-made? Probably. But is there some fire setting to advance the woke climate agenda? Most likely. That's peppered in with it.
Is there an agenda to set the fires in certain tracts of land that would become usable to people who could?
Does Trudeau want to put in some high-speed rails?
I wasn't going to say it so out flat, but yeah.
Now you're cooking with oil, boys. That's the real thing. Or alternatively, I'd rather people starting the fires to maybe diminish some of the enemy's places and areas that they control.
There was a video going around
underneath
in Oregon of a gentleman starting a fire. We had the video. I think we may have shown it here on the show while I was there in Oregon. But a guy literally got out of his car, went to the side of the road, got some little brush up in a little stack, and started a fucking fire. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Are you just want to see the world burn? I mean, and this is while the wildfires are going on there in Oregon, which happened. There's burn.
There's pictures too. Yeah. I've seen them of guys with petroleum trucks, chainsaws, and that was a couple of years ago. But I still got to go back to the craziest thing if you want to go down a hole.
Well, hold up. Before you do, I got sidetracked on the fire because the reason I asked about the sun, the smoke and the orangeness is it has come this way into the state so much that people are taking photographs now of a second sun through these weird smoky skies. And there was a guy at the same time that Crow and Chris were talking about second sun. There was a guy named Danny from Daytona. I tried to get him on the show, and then it didn't work out, and I forgot to go back really. But he had videoed like 2 or 3 suns in some clouds, and the way it looked was the cloud cover polarizing the sky, like Cammy always talks about, that was allowing this to be seen. So we got with this weird orangey smoke happening down here, polarizing the sky. People are now seeing these second sun. The guy, Mr. BBB 3333, the space weather guy, that just refuses to admit flat Earth on his channel because he invests so much into space weather, constantly has videos up about things that could be easily explained on a flat Earth. He suddenly is putting up these videos going, okay, guys, I don't know what else to say. It looks like a second sun to me too, because people are sending him these photos from all over the states. It's pretty crazy right now what's going on with the second sun stuff. But
that is
interesting. You had another hole you were going to take us down, so go right ahead.
Well, I was just going to bring to attention that one time in California, I believe, or maybe 2019, 2020, where, because I know fire stuff, and where it looked like half of the cars were melted and gone, half of the houses were burned.
Oh, yeah.
That ain't no fire, man. That is not fire stuff. Whatever they were doing there seemed like a DW. You had like the lava splitting half the trees, the other half fine. That seemed like some kind of weapons testing. But let's go back to the second sun, because that sounds very interesting, man. I wonder if the smoke would ever get so bad that it would outline the firmament. Wouldn't that be some? I believe there are people trying to push and expose the globe.
That say they've caught some video or footage or pictures of like grid work in the sky, And the first time I saw it, I thought, that's just camera stuff going on, camera scenes. But I've seen it a few different times now. Of course, going pulling it up would be probably time consuming. But have you seen some of that, the grid work pictures in the sky?
No, sir. No, that sounds
I wouldn't
intriguing.
even know where to go right now to look other than the app, which probably is either uninstalled or currently not running right now on my phone. We had that discussion this morning with Jonathan from Jersey. Anyway, if anybody in chat knows a quick place to find a picture or the videos I'm talking about, or even if you know, just throw it at me and I'll pop it up if I can. I was thinking about showing the video of the second son on Mr. BBB's channel, and I thought, well, hell, I know some people who probably won't copyright us. Those Iron Rim Media dudes, they're pretty relaxed, and we'll let us show their video about that.
The reason I asked about is it the black one, because the media and entertainment industry has given us plenty of examples and songs and in terms of idol worship of this black sun, right? So, and a lot of people connect that to the German Reich and Vedic, or is it Vedic, Valerian? It's one of those cultures, those mythic cultures, and it's kind of interesting. Definitely could be a possibility.
Yeah, that's when you start talking about the Vril and shit like that.
Yes, yeah. And just while you guys look at that, if Walter tracks down that grid thing, to answer your question, the other two things I've been looking at is, you guys ever heard of the Taos hum? So the Taos hum is that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So I've been looking into that a bit. And the other thing is, I just keep going back to is the Voynich manuscript. I find that very intriguing, interesting, and I mean, it's obviously a circle to nowhere, but I like it.
Well, we had a gentleman on who, like, decoded it about, when was that Voynich was on?
He was on again 2 or 3 years ago. He's been in chat a lot of times, but
always in chat.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, he was there this morning, so
it's gotta be.
He would definitely be a person to get into an interesting conversation with about that. I was actually going to find our video we had put up of the second son stuff, since you had circled back to it, and yeah, the finding of the grid is probably going to be a little harder.
Yeah, we should probably push that Crow and Chris Van Matra video out there a lot more, because with all this new talk of the second son, we'll probably get a few hits on that video putting it out.
I did drop it on the chat there. I mean, on the comments on Mr. BBB's channel, but I don't know if he even left it up. I never went back.
I've seen a few people on Facebook asking about Crow's video about the second son, which he did probably 6 months after he came on our show. Because he and Chris Van Matra, who'd both filmed The Second Son separately, came and met each other for the first time and was comparing footage and notes and conversing for the first time on that show with us, which was really good.
That'd be a cool show.
It was a really cool, exciting show. It's the polarization. Again, my $1 million idea. Every fucking time I watch a First Amendment audit video, I want to go behind and try to sell my services to the fucking government offices on how to keep their computer screens confidential from the people in the public waiting areas. I might. All I need is like $2,500. Let me get a prototype up, and I'll show them how.
All right, I'll give you $1,000. I'll take 10% of your company.
All right.
Yeah.
Done.
Damn, I shocked you too quick. I didn't think you'd jump.
Never take the first offer.
Well, he offered to pay for 40% of it and only wants 10% of the company in return. That seemed like a pretty good deal on my end.
Yeah. Oh, like, technology is good, though. It's such a good weapon against them, right? Because, Walt was mentioning high-powered telescopes. They got some crazy stuff now, man. And did y'all see that video, Walt, I sent you about the guy using that high-powered telescope to look at Mars?
Yeah.
And it is totally not what they put out. Like, it is free-flowing, it is glowing, it is pulsing, it is crazy. I think that's going to be the end of it, is when they keep technologically advancing and getting it into the hands of the sheep that can fiddle around with it, that enough people will be like, okay, this is so far from it. Enough of this bullshit.
These are my jazz
It takes
hands.
a long time.
My Daz hands. Daz says, showbiz is my life. I'm too cool for making my $1 million from government contract. I don't know. Maybe. I'm pretty uncool though, and I'd like to be that uncool for at least a couple of years until the government says, "The fuck, this is so simple. Why didn't anybody else think of this? How about we just buy you out and we'll just do this shit ourselves? Because what the fuck? This is stupid easy." Stupid easy, and you're charging us way too much, and you've made way too many millions off of this. And I'll be up on the mountains in the middle of the woods saying, "What'd you say? I can't hear you on my CB radio." Yep.
And I'm still digging. I'm sorry. I just found it, and I'm realizing it's probably not going to be easy to show it because it's it's the old days. We were a little more of a game channel look to our presentation, so the screen is really small. I wasn't expecting that when I got to it.
Sounds like
it's an Atom
Meekin setup.
It's a Meekin setup. Yes, it is.
How's the Meekin? Have you guys had him on as a guest?
Not recently.
Not of late. Not of late. No. We actually have had a few conversations about that very fact. We recently did a replay of the Mark Devlin show from years back when he showed up and admitted being a flat earther in public for the first time on our show.
Amazing.
I know, it was great. And so hearing the old crew together there on the show, and it was like, man, that's bringing back the need to hear these guys in real life again. So I've already reached out to you, and I reached out to Rob this morning. Actually, he was in chat. He does pop into our morning chats every now and again, but his schedule on his Saturday and our Friday now, it just hasn't worked out for him to show up yet.
Yeah, I've connected with Rob and had a few chats. I love him. He's a good guy, man.
Having Rob around, definitely a good. He was one of the originators of the Ironworks.
OG.
On the first show with us,
yeah.
So we talked about the. I was looking at that video too recently, just seeing what it was all about. The Vegas bullshit.
The shooting, Boss Flago.
Interesting how that didn't go on for 2 years. Just saying. Not just saying. I'm not angry. I'm just saying. All right. I have got to shut. I'm going to give you the video to watch on your time. How about that?
No, that sounds good. I miss Adam's experiments. He had some great ones. I just remember his moonlight experiment, one of his best.
Yeah, we brought that up not long ago, and I think we went looking for it and had trouble finding it, or I had trouble finding it.
I might have it. Because I think I was going to edit it. I came across Rob's. It's bad. Gotta find him.
Like from 10 years ago, they'll strike us for something that we said.
Yeah, we get a community guideline strike. We get a video removed. We get something at least once a week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we usually lose at least one video a week, give or take.
Okay.
So we would like to remind everyone there who's listening, if there is a show that you've enjoyed over the years and would like to have it for posterity, you might want to go see it. If there's a way you can download it and keep a copy of it, we sure would appreciate it.
Wasn't somebody backing up Flat Earth channels? I could probably find a whole bunch of videos that we lost on some of these backups.
I was thinking it was the TV guy, wasn't it him?
It could be. I forget. I don't.
And there was somebody else doing it too.
Does Internet Machine work for video too, or no? Was that only for websites?
I've not tried it, so I can't really say.
Probably not for YouTube.
Websites, yeah.
Probably not the way. Probably not like that, because YouTube is so massive in the storage that if they tried to back up YouTube in its entirety every couple months, it'd probably break the system.
Well, I know we try to get our stuff like 4 years in, maybe 5 years in. You could send that request to have all of your YouTube stuff downloaded and sent to you.
Oh, yeah.
It came to you as a link.
Still can do that, yeah.
Oh, you can? I didn't know if you could or not.
It comes through in zip files.
It should include the deleted ones. Now that I think about it, I do remember that.
The last
you
time
may be able to recover it all.
It's been a while. It's been a while. But I think Library used to back it all up too.
You're correct. They did. Once you put your stuff there, they would keep it going. Now, are we still on library?
Dude, we started on Google Hangouts, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Good. That was ahead of its time.
Yeah. Look at us now. On Zoom, like the big boys.
Yeah. Flat Earth
I
Friday.
dropped it for you, sir, in the chat. We're currently in on the show. I don't know how to tell you to get to it if you're on a phone. Oh, you're on a computer.
Yep.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
No, appreciate that.
Absolutely. Now, if
So
you
where do
dig
we
a
go
little
now?
more before that, you'll find the show where Chris came on the first time, I'm pretty sure, too. He was on a couple of 3 or 4 shows with us.
Excellent.
But that's the one with him and Crow. And I think where I sent it, well, I may not have sent it with the timestamp now that I think about it. But where I had gone to it last and stopped watching it was when Crow was showing his footage of the second son. So it's about 30 or 40 minutes in, I'm pretty sure. But of course, the whole show's awesome. It's more like an hour in now that I'm going back to look and close that tab. Okay. I dropped it as well in the Rock Fan and in the Have No Sphere chats.
Excellent. So, what are some? Let me throw that question back to you. What are some of the things y'all been looking into besides the moon maps and some other stuff? What's shaking in your heads these days?
I'll let Josh go first.
Every single image of a bunny footprint that has pads on it is completely made up, mind control bullshit. Because house hippos are lagomorphs and they don't have pads on their feet. So the only way you can tell a rabbit's tracks is when all 4 of them are on the ground and you can see the step pattern, but you can't tell the footprint because the rabbits don't have pads.
And there you go.
I don't know whether to take that as real.
Oh, it's
or
legit.
Absolutely real.
Rabbit hole.
Literally and figuratively.
Yes. Okay, that's
Josh
interesting.
is quite the rabbit aficionado. If you haven't watched the last bit of what's been going on with Josh,
a domesticated rabbit is more closely related to a horse than it is a wild rabbit.
You know, I actually had a rabbit, so I remember its feet quite well.
And you know that there were no pads on the bottom of it.
No, there were not pads. There was fleshy pink, more like digits, but not a pad.
I mean, yeah, they had like toes.
Yeah.
But not like dog pads and little pink pads
no,
or anything on the bottom.
No, they did not. Mine did not. Rex did not.
This is why they get so pissy. This is why a lot of rabbits will bite, because people put them in like a wire crate and they have to stand on those wires because they're just a fucking rabbit. It's got pads. And they just keep it on the wire crate. And that rabbit has really sore feet from having to stand on those wires with no pads. And then they try to reach in to pet the bunny, and the angry, pissed off, hurting, sore foot bunny just bites them because fuck, I'm a rabbit. Why am I cooped up in the cage on these wires? And they just get pissy and angry as they get older, and then they just live until they're 7 or 8 years old, and then they just pass on. But if you take care of it and change it and take care of it and keep it happy, they could live to be 12, 15 years old.
True story. I, by observation and just getting to know my rabbit, who was very awesome, and I actually had trained to do some little tasks and liked certain music he did and would do his bunny jumps, his freak outs. But I found that he was best when I would put a blanket down, right? And also a cold floor, because the cold floor would help his sore feet and make him less angry and less likely to bite me. But you're absolutely right. I started in a cage. Wouldn't be nice. Move to a big Tupperware container, for storage. And then I put, they're not so great in the wood chips either, because that hurts them as well, I think, but better than the wire, that's for sure. They're great pets, I gotta say. They are truly good companions.
So much better than I thought they were. Again, I had no idea what to expect, but I am definitely a bunny guy now. Yeah, when they freak out and they do their runs and their jumps,
it's the happiest thing.
It's like them so excited that they're practicing kung fu, which is something I can totally relate to, because I've been in a position where I just get so excited I have to practice kung fu. And that's really all they're doing. They're practicing their escape and their evade techniques should they be attacked by a predator, whether it's a hawk or something else. So they'll jump and they'll twist and they'll change directions and they'll come down and they'll bounce and they'll jump and they'll run real fast and they'll stop and they'll change directions and they get all crazy. But that's them practicing their kung fu, their escape and evade techniques.
I would argue that they could also do that to show gratitude and happiness when they're comfortable.
Oh, absolutely.
Mine would do it after a snuggle session, after a pets, and mine, surprisingly, he would do it when we would put on drum and bass. My bunny loved jungle. He would get that bass line going. He'd be like,
that's awesome.
Freaking out.
Yeah, they only do it if they're happy.
Yeah. Oh, that is so cool. That's a feel-good update from you, man.
Yep. No, I'm a bunny guy. I got bunny decals on my new car.
So. Nice. Well, Walter, I guess the cannon is aimed at you, sir.
Tell him about the kitties.
I'm a crazy cat lady.
No. Have you gone cat?
You don't even know, James.
Oh, no.
James,
my talkie talk.
See, what had happened was, okay, so you've heard me bitching about the rats here over the years. When the sugarcane mill fires up down the road, every home around here gets invaded as they evacuate it. And paying the orchid man to put glue traps around my house because I didn't want poison in my house, because I didn't want dead rats in my house, smelling up my house and all that. Didn't work. And then we tried the poison and I couldn't stand the smell of dead rats. And so we decided to let nature take its course. My landlord had a yard filled with cats. And our buddy Zach had actually brought a cat here. And we'd had a couple of outside cats, which were purposely outside cats because, number one, I get way too attached to animals. My last dog and we just, it was a heartbreak when I lost her. And I could live vicariously through people like Josh and my sister-in-law and my brother all have amazing animals, so it was good. But it got to the point we had to do something. And so I would go to the landlord's house, who's a friend. I've known him 30 years. And we would sit and talk outside as the cats would come and get to know me. One became really friendly, so she was the one he brought to the house to become our inside cat. And about a week in, I noticed she was getting really fat for the amount of food I was feeding her, because I was not going to let the animal graze and become a big fat cat like I had seen other people do to their animals. And she got fatter and fatter. And I'm like, dude, you brought me a pregnant cat, didn't you? He's like, oh, it's possible. I'm like, oh, man. And sure enough, we had a litter of 3. So now I had 4 cats. And it was fine. I love them all. They're amazing. They all have their own personality. They are all definitely souls that are here to share love with us. They are intuitive, they are smart, they are just amazing. Spot, the male, he's my boy, he's my favorite. And Liz's. I know Liz wants him. If I can't keep him, I have to send him in the post. Anyway, so yeah, I turned into the big, gooey, soft cat guy I've always secretly been. And that was great. And then about 2 months back, 3 months back now, it's maybe even 4 months back, the way our back door is, it's kind of janky. And if you don't click it fully closed, it'll be closed, but not like the latch won't be on. And so that apparently happened as we walked into the kitchen to go to bed, or through the kitchen to go to the bedroom one night. Noticed that door was fully open and the cats were all out in the utility room, which was okay, except we couldn't find the mom. All the kittens, which they were, pretty much grown by then, were gone. I mean, the mom was gone. All the kittens were here. So looked around and figured out she had clawed around the area behind the dryer and climbed out through the little vent hole there. And she was in heat. That was what it was all about. She was trying to get outside. And I'm sure there were male cats outside letting her know they were here. And so she decided to let nature take its course and she left. And dude, I was destroyed. I was so upset about that. She was my baby. She was the first cat.
I would be. I know how
and I looked for
upset you get.
her. I went around and talked to people in the neighborhood and made sure they had their eye out. Sure enough, one day my neighbor next to me told me he had seen her. And so that made me start looking for her. And this is like 2 weeks in after I thought I'd given up, stopped leaving food out because she was never eating it at night.
She gone.
Yeah,
in your mind, she owned.
In my mind, hopefully she made it back to my landlord's house, back to home. That was her home. That's where she went. And I'm figuring that was what she did, because when she had the next letter, she came back super skinny, emaciated. It was so sad. And when she came back, she was literally in my arms, hugging me to be back inside. It was so beautiful. But anyway, she was pregnant, and she's had a new litter, and one of them is a boy. And the boy is Spot Remind. In fact, I wanted to call him Spojo for Spot Jr., but Shell wouldn't have it. So his name is Bender.
Or Spodger.
Yeah, he's my boy too, though. He was just like Spot made over. So it's got to be the same dad that had, impregnated her the first time. It had, or maybe it's just her genetics, maybe, but definitely it's Spot made over. So now we have 3 more. So altogether, I have 7 cats here in my life.
7, great number though.
It's a good number.
Yes,
it's caused some drama. We've had a drama or 2 here, and that's been told so many times here on the show. We don't need to rehash it. I'll tell you about it off the air later. The drama.
How's Q and M like all those cats? That probably not, eh?
It's interesting. Let's say that. It's beautiful, dude. They're so loving. I mean, I just sent a video to my family.
God makes beautiful things, though, man. I find the older I get, I love the beauty of what God makes.
It's worse now than when I was younger. Like
I know.
In my 20s, when I had Spunky, I thought that was like the most emotional I've ever been about an animal. No, dude, these cats have me wrapped around their little paws, without a doubt. They are.
The older you get, the more sensitive you get, man. It's crazy.
And one of the tragedies we had is one of the cats that was the first litter kind of psychoed out on us one night and started trying to hurt the kittens. And I mean, like for 5 hours, she was after the kittens. So we finally had to put her outside, which broke my heart, because she was she was my family. She was in my house, in my heart. And now she's outside. But she's adjusted. She's marking territory. Every time I go outside, she's always coming from across the other place, the neighborhood. She's not just freaking out under the house mewing like she was the first week. So she's getting used to being out there and enjoying it. Every time I see her, she's lolling around in the sun, or she's coming from the neighbors back under their house, or the back by the bayou, or whatever. So
I'm glad you're back home, man. You sound a lot happier. You sound in your element again. Obviously the heat.
I mean, those times of being in Oregon were great. It's great to be with my family. I miss them terribly, and we'll see them as soon as I can again. But I could never really live there. It's just too cold and too gray and too rainy for me.
Too mental.
And too crazy. Yeah, the agenda in force over there just was driving me crazy. And dude, I was in the middle of all of it as 2019 ended.
Yep.
That's when I went out to go be with Mom. And so as the madness began, I was at the worst place for it. The most insane place to be for that.
Yep, summer love.
Overboard. Overboard. But it's great to be back in my element here. So
good.
And your family, man. I mean,
I can't believe
definitely blessed, and how I can't even imagine.
Life as a father, bro. This little dude is this little dude is vax free, so that's amazing, and he is absolutely developing super fast, extraordinarily fast because of it. So we are so grateful the steps that we've taken. Life as a dad is probably the scariest and the most wonderful thing I've ever done. You look at your kid and you just get scared shitless because you just don't want anything bad to ever happen to this little miracle, man. It's like, I don't know. I'm going to use all the cliches because that's what it is, but it's life changing. It is the greatest single responsibility you can be given, but it's also the most fulfilling and the most mental and the most psycho and the most draining, but excruciatingly rewarding thing I've ever done. And I'm only 3 years in, bro.
Yeah, I know, man.
Good Lord.
How many good things have come from your hardships? Think of all everything. So think of all of the things you would be robbing your child of if you were to protect them from all the bad things.
Yeah, but that's a head to heart thing. That sounds wonderful in your head, but when you have a son, when you have a a baby. It is so hard to translate that. I know we have to do that, but you're programmed not to let that happen. So we fight it, we talk about it, we pray on it, and we adjust as we need to. But yeah, man, I hear what you're saying. All of the things that happened to me, but there were also a lot of things that I don't wish for him to experience. But
Same.
it's not my story to write. That's for the big Lord upstairs
And
to decide.
that was one of the hardest things for me as a father is letting things happen that needed to happen. Because overprotecting him would not have helped him in any way. I actually had a bit of that early on, and my grandmother kind of intervened in it and was like, you can better let that boy go and break his arm and do whatever he needs to do. And I got turned loose and my arm and jumped my bike over my brother and sister and did all the crazy shit you're supposed to do as a kid. It was tough to let him experience things I knew might hurt his heart, in school and girl, all of it. But the knowledge of who he is now and the strength of character he has from those experiences is, well worth that sleepless night you'll have, or 5 or 20, because you are worrying about that thing you know when's going to happen, but it's got to happen. Life has to happen, or he won't grow.
And I mean, from all my accounts and all the years we spent talking, and I heard interacting, Q is a wonderful, well-equipped, ready man to face his own life and write his own story.
Yep, I'm so proud of him, and he is.
That's what I want.
Doing it. Yep,
Yeah,
he's out there doing his thing.
Yeah,
speaking of the boy, my other son has just arrived. So now, that's Spot, big boy.
Ah, there he is, gorgeous fella. Oh my goodness. That's a gorgeous little fella.
That's my big buddy. Yeah, that's my big buddy. Oh, yeah. There you go, Liz. That's Spot. And Ian. I knew Ian would be safe as a baby kitty. My buddy. Yeah. And they all know I'm a nut with the cats. They just accepted Walt's crazy cat lady now.
Yep. Well, it could be worse. It could be worse. It's not really a bad thing, my friend. And I can see how much you love him and all the joy it gives you. There's really, besides kids, there's not a lot of things like an animal that can love you and fill your life like they can. So, amen to that.
Yeah, there's something wholly different about gaining the trust and the love of a prey animal, like a bunny.
Yep.
And they're always on guard and always expecting to be eaten by something. When they do relax enough to just flop and completely lay out, or binky and jump and make their little tooth chattering bruxing and little purring noises, and it's just crazy to see.
And you're like me. You're the same sign. So we're pretty well known for being able to read people and empath and get those bonds quick. No. Rabbits do not give it up. They are very, very... It took a long time to get that bond with my Rex. I'm assuming it took quite a little bit of time for you as well, but yes,
really.
I agree.
We've
Wow.
been so lucky. Our first bun was like the perfect bunny. It was just almost, she was too perfect to be in such an imperfect world, and she only was with us for about 6 months. And then on New Year's Eve, we came home after being out for just a couple hours. We weren't gone long, but when we came back, she had already passed, and she was on the floor, sort of where she was doing her free roams and stuff in her little favorite spot. And that broke us. And we had just gotten her another bun for a bond mate, someone she could spend time with when we were both at work, and they weren't really bonding. So we lost her, and we had this other rabbit, and tried to get him a bond mate, and they're not really bonding. So the two bunnies that we have left, one wants to bond, the other one doesn't. So we're going to be looking at a third. Dixie volunteers, I don't know, 20 hours a week, probably, up at our bunny rescue house. And she goes and cleans cages and helps them out up there.
Now that's something there too, right? Good for the relationship. You got a shared passion about buns.
Yeah, we've gone out on a couple of rescues because people will just abandon them or whatever, and we'll go out and try to scoop them up and rescue them and get them back to the shelter so we can get them fixed and shots and all that good stuff and available to adopt for somebody else.
My first rabbit was named Bun Bun. We didn't have him long, but Bun Bun was pretty wild. He got sick. He had a cyst, so we didn't have him more than, I think it was 2 months, and we waited a good 6 months before we got another one, and that was the one. We had that one for about 5 years. Beautiful rabbit.
The thing about bunnies is their genetics are just such a crapshoot. You never really know what you're going to get, and there's always that possibility that it's been bred so many times and it's just got bad genetics somewhere along the line, and shit just happens. And it's really hard to come to grips with. But I think, especially if only 2 months and developed all those cysts, sounds like same thing. There's just bad genetics, just a bad draw.
But the risk is worth the reward. That's why I think a lot of people go for cats and dogs, the longer, more predictable lifespans. But you can't compare the bond you have with the prey animal, like you said so nicely, to a dog or a cat, because it's just such a different level. It's different. So different.
Hearing Josh talk about the experience as he's unfolded, because we've been there since pre-Binks, so it definitely was amazing watching it unfold and watching Josh just bloom, with these animals, and then me having the cats and them being like definitely different. Although with cats, there is that level of you have to build that relationship with them. They're not like a dog where it's just like, yeah, what you want? You got a bone? What you got? Throw that. I'll go. I'll do it. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm here. Roll over. Sure. Here's my nuts. I mean, that's a dog. That's what we bred them to be. But cats, we've kept that instinct of prey and kill and go take those rats out of my field and out of my barn. And so they are still predators, and they definitely don't just turn over their belly to anybody, and they are definitely not. You earn that relationship with a cat. I think that's why a lot of people keep cats outside, or, anybody in chat, they know what I'm talking about. You have to earn that first crawl up on the chest and the laying down, and the purring. It doesn't just happen naturally.
But there are levels, and the rabbit is on another level from the cat.
I definitely envy these relationships you guys are talking about, because I've never had it that way, because I'm like generally probably 90% of the population, niece, nephew, in-law, whoever gave their kid a bunny for Christmas. It pooed all over the carpet. They got rid of it. Or died, overtouched, overdone, whatever. Yep. And that was what they were. They were disposable animals in the society of what we grew up in,
Well, even
they
now,
were the hermit crabs of
the newts.
Well, you go to a pet store, and 99% of pet stores, if you tell them you're going to get a rabbit, they'll get you a tiny little wire cage, some hay pellets, and a water bottle. Like, all right, here you go. That's all stuff you need for a rabbit, because we're a pet store and we're smart. Meanwhile, the pellets are just treats and like 10% of their diet. They don't drink out of a water bottle like a fucking rat. They gulp it like a fucking horse. They need a bowl of water. 90% of their diet's fucking hay like a fucking horse.
Yep.
And they need time to free roam like a fucking horse. They don't just get caged up. So it's just nuts, the amount of misinformation about rabbits. And then again, that gives them a short little lifespan. They're like, oh, well, shit, these are just disposable animals. Like a goldfish. We'll just get them a bunny for Easter. Sweet. Good thinking.
Well, you know what I just remembered, Josh? This is great. I just remembered the warning clap. Oh my gosh, I used to love it when you got too close or you did something or a stranger came in. Do y'all know about this? Or maybe everyone in the chat know. Rabbits can clap. They will make a stomp clap.
That's what
so loud.
Bambi had that little rabbit called Thumper, and there was a reason his name was Thumper, because that's what they'll do when they're sassy. I mean,
they are.
When they're angry, they grunt. They will stomp their feet. Yeah, they thump. It sounds. They can get, if it's such a traumatic ordeal, and they can actually thump so hard that they can break their own back. Thumping can potentially kill them. It's nuts.
I miss that sound though, because sometimes he would just do it to alert the household. If he would hear something, or they got those ears, he would hear somebody outside in the yard. He'd give us a little thump on the top. Oh man, yeah, they're beautiful.
They are a little poopy. There is that. They have litter boxes, and when they're eating their hay, it was because they like to eat and poop. So as long as you keep the litter box under their hay rack, then that collects most of the hay. But when they're out roaming around and bouncing around, they just tend to drop them out.
Yeah, but they're not bad. They're solid, and they're so small.
Like
and you don't get the smell because of the urine and stuff. Like at the end of Rex's life, I swear this kid was pampered. You have no idea. He was living in the inside of a roofless old freezer that had a couple step ups for trays, and so he could. Oh man, this guy was living large, bros. You should consider moving him into a condo if you have an old freezer. Tops.
They've pretty well taken over the front room.
What's better though than watching them? There is nothing better than watching them roam the house, having fun, stopping, doing a little chew, nibbling on your foot. Hey, Dad, nibble, nibble, nibble. Pull your shoelace. Hey, come here. I want to show you something. Ah, I miss it.
Carrie Woolley. Shout out to Watership Down.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, UK is just because Dixie's belongs to a lot of these Facebook groups for rabbits, and there's just so many people in the UK that have rabbits. It's awesome.
Nice. Did not know that.
Well, I guess it makes sense, And a lot of them are outdoor rabbits, which is just something I couldn't possibly imagine here because we have so many hawks.
Oh, yeah.
But in the UK, they just pop them out in the garden and they'll just let them roam. They're digging holes, digging burrows, and they're just doing their thing outside. Wow.
They probably got the bigger dwarf or Dutch big ones then out there. You can't have those where we are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some big bunnies out there. Some awfully big bunnies. Some French giants, some European giants are fucking big.
Yeah.
Size of a small dog, bigger, medium-sized dog even.
That'd be fun to snuggle with. Have it jump up on the couch and do a freak out.
So one of the things I've always imagined doing, but we can't really do it on YouTube, hence the copyright strikes, but just like movie breakdowns. But I have such a hard time sitting through a movie while I'm on the computer because it's just sort of been so ingrained. Because before we were doing any sort of shows on YouTube, James, Walt, and I were just watching movies together. While Walt's in Louisiana, James is in Canada, I'm in Missouri, and we're all just trying to watch a movie together. So we'll put one on share screen, and it'll be like 3 a.m. And I'm just trying to prop my eyeballs open so I don't fall asleep downstairs in the basement of my old house. And I just said, fuck it, I'll lay down on the basement floor with the movie playing and them talking or babbling. I'm like, fuck it, I'll catch up later.
I loved it. Yeah, we watched so many. They're making Back to the Future Part 4, if you can believe that.
I did not know that. So.
Yep, the trailer's up. They've got Marty as a professor now, and he can barely. It's a sad situation, right? He can barely talk. That'll be his last role, I think. But he's talking about if time travel would exist. Yeah, it's you guys got to check out the trailer. Maybe when we take our breaky.
Right. Absolutely. I'm actually trying to pull up the song right now for that break. Of course, all I can do is play a video one song, and that's not enough time, I don't think, for what we all need to go do. So, you want to play some music?
I can absolutely play some music.
But yeah, it would be good to hear Cheyenne at some point before you get off of here.
I know I still have it on my channel. So yeah, that's right. You could, and I see what you mean. It would just play that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then whatever, unless you have a playlist, actually, no, then we get copyright.
Yeah. Lose some more videos, more of the library gone forever.
Just the return of the Tryptic will be gone. All right. Well, Josh will play us some, I'm not sure what.
I don't know. I'm not sure what either. I just pulled up that Slipstream app that I have that just allows us to play whatever.
Good music. I don't have really another option that I can suggest. I mean, I can pull up Lucas's stuff, maybe. I just saw that going through folders. Of course, now what folder that was in would probably take another 5 minutes to find. So I dug through a few looking for Tryptic artwork.
Shit.
Oops, I got sidetracked actually trying to see if I could find it, and I better stop. Because I'll be needing to take a break here in a second. So you just do your thing.
You know what? I think I may or may not still have this.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it. Let's see what I'm just going to hit.
Well, while Josh gets that ready, thank you guys. I see you all in chat. I have not been ignoring. When I go back, I do try to go scroll back and see who I missed. If I missed anybody, just say something there, and I'll say hey to you as well. But yeah, we're definitely enjoying catching up with our good buddy James, the Full Armor OG, one of the founding. I mean, before it was even on anything, before it was even on Hangout, when it was still Twitter.
Twitter, Hangout, idea, conspirator.
Right.
Yep.
When Josh was still thinking about how to wrap his brain around the flat earth, Walt and James were already on Twitter talking about how to do a podcast about flat earth.
Yeah.
Oof.
We definitely were.
Well, we can get into that after the break.
Yeah, we do that. We'll do that after the break. We'll pull out some of the old crusty history. Oh, bad. You never know what kind of goodies we might pull up. Wow, Daz is having a gravity intolerance moment, it seems. There in chat that she typed it even as I thought it. Or that was Ian that said it. I just saw Sarah's name. But definitely don't go away. Hang out for more history, if you will. I'm looking at you, Josh.
I'm getting ready to play it. I just don't know what it is. I'm not listening to any of these ahead of time. I'm just randomly picking arbitrary shit. So.
Oh, I just thought you were having to hit a button. I didn't know you were having to make a list too.
Well,
Man, I'm sorry. I can talk more.
I got it already. There we go. Stick around. We'll be right back. We're hanging out with our good buddy James, the Full Armor OG, right here on Iron Rail Media's Have No Sphere, a.k.a. the Tryptic, if you can remember back that far. But we'll be right back. We're going to take a little break. Hang out. Do what you do. Smoke them if you got them. Why don't we just call that a break? I don't know how many more songs I can play anyway. I didn't have a chance to do much because I had to sit here and keep playing them. I had no real way to make a playlist. So welcome back. Have No Sphere right here in the Iron Realm Media YouTube channel. We got our buddy James, the Full Armor OG, hanging out with us. It's been a couple of years since we've had James on.
Pleasure to be back. It has been an honor. Great show so far.
I'm enjoying the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Whatever that's worth.
Oh, Walter's always the last to the party, hey? Nothing changes.
He's got his own schedule.
Litter.
His watch just runs on a low battery, so.
Yeah.
It's Johnson people time.
Well, I hope the chat has been enjoying it as much as we have. It's always special when you reunite with friends. It'll be our 10-year anniversary for doing this and knowing each other in 2024.
That's nuts.
It's a long time, man. Starting to get up there.
There's not much in my life I've committed to for more than a few years.
Same. But you guys, like I was saying on the intro, we're either the lingerers or we're that fungus that keeps clinging on and on and on. Just don't go away.
That's right.
Which is a great attribute.
Yeah, it's better than just, getting 40,000 nameless and faceless subscribers, voiceless subscribers. We grow slowly, but our chat is fucking fire for whatever that's worth.
Authentic, right? Isn't that what we all want? We want authentic relationships, authentic identities, and we want real connections. And we've always had that. We've always gotten along as a triptych, as a band of brothers, all of us at different stages, all of the people that were started in the formation of Iron Realm, those here, those not here, those that have gone their own separate ways, but that the bond of brotherhood and the sense of trying to uncover the truth and help others was the foundation of Iron Realm Media, and that's always going to be in style, my friend.
Like Zombie Snoop said he missed the show this morning, which not that big of a deal. I miss shows in the morning too, but he said it's the first one he's missed in years. Then I think we have unindoctrinated Ryan. I think he missed maybe last Friday or a show last week, and he said that was the first show he's missed in like 2.5 years, which just boggles my mind. But again, it is 16 Alpha V in chat says it's quality, not quantity. And that's really what it is. I mean, everything has evolved, but everything has also stayed so true to what it was, I think, really designed to be and meant to be and what we've wanted it to become.
We're what we're made for, man. We're made to be in fellowship and community. And hey, speaking of the other show, how's that going? I mean, obviously, people are listening, but how long have you been doing the mornings now, the early ones? What's your Annie?
Well,
D-Day?
We started doing this. We picked up that show not long after we started doing this one. I'm kind of curious. I don't know what the number is.
It was 3 years in. We did, I think, 2 or 3 years of Iron Realm before you guys got the big.
I think maybe 2.
Oh, okay.
But really, when you figure how long we have been doing it. Oops. Just go in.
So Sarah G says, 6 years, Liz says.
So this morning was show number 555.
Wow.
Yeah, even saying it is nuts. 555.
555 1212.
That's crazy.
And that's twice a week, right? Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I remember.
Tuesdays and Fridays. Yeah, no, we.
Tuesdays and Fridays.
Yeah, Friday's a long day for me. I'm up at 3 a.m. We do a show at 4, and then at 6 I leave the show and I go to work. And then I come home from work. I get home about 4, and then by 5 I'm back down in front of the computer. Then we're usually kicking off by 5:30-ish, 5:45-ish, depending on the show, depending on how early I can get home. But that goes again till like 8 p.m. And then I chill out and hang out with Dixie for a little bit. Well, used to. Now she's at the bunny house till midnight. So now I'll just crash a little bit earlier. I'll be asleep by hopefully 9:30.
The roles we get stuck in, hey, to give you some context, Josh has always been Iron Man. This kid literally worked harder and longer and struggle through more technical stuff to get this show going and hosting every day and working. Like, I may have been the emotional glue at points. Walt's definitely been the voice, but Josh is the true workhorse of Iron Realm Media. Always has been. This guy, man. Still Fridays. Unreal. Good on you.
Well, again, after all these years, after 6 years, I guess. Well,
more.
500 shows at twice a week.
Well, you got to add the 2 years of Iron Realm first. Then you got to add the year we were farting around, talking, shooting the crap, and watching movies. It's go almost 9 years we've been.
Well, for sure, and that's what it was when we first started. When I asked Dixie if it would be acceptable for me to devote some time and just sort of try to get things started out. Like, I was going to need a few months of like a lot of time downstairs in the basement while we try to get the podcast and stuff figured out and get all the I's crossed and T's dotted. And that's what it was. It was just months of relationship building, of just us hanging out and talking and bullshitting. And that's how the show became what it was, of us just talking and hanging out and bullshitting, because that's all we've ever done. That's all we've ever known. That's how we started out.
Can I tell you the benefits of some of that? I've done video editing at jobs. I've become quite skilled in making videos. Nothing like what I was a few years ago. And like, that none of that would have happened if we didn't struggle and download that free copy of whatever it was from that guy who was our IT manager all those years ago. I still have his name and his email and whatever, but and I even remember the name of the program. But if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have had a love for this stuff. I wouldn't have translated or parlayed it into, making promo videos that sign huge customers and help my companies that I was working at. Like, it's crazy how the skills and the community translated into real world skills. Well, for me anyways.
Shout out to Cal.
Cal, that's it. Cal for truth.
Cal for truth.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. He got us that copy. Oh, Walter, you're missing all the good stuff, brother.
I figured I was. It was cats.
It's an origin story, bro.
And cats and everything. Yeah, I heard Cal. I couldn't wait to get to all that. The original Too Nice for Rice. Zach, gotta mess with you so, brother. But yeah, the Rice experiment he did, and Paul's demonstration of the fact that the Felix Baumgartner jump would only have seen the area of New Mexico that it started from the height that they went, which we saw with his graphical demonstration. But we also, with that same graph, were able to demonstrate that there would have been no way for the Go Fast rocket to have been able to see the sun and the moon at the time it was launched, because at the time it was launched, the sun was on our side of the globe and the moon would have been on the Australian side of the globe. Impossible to see around at the height it reached, which was 70 miles, 75? I don't know. Anyway, that was our first attempt at a video show type thing, I'm pretty sure. If it wasn't the first, it was one of the very first.
P.O.P. That name brings back some memories. Paul on the plane. He did it. He did the no.
My brother
Different
Paul.
Paul, yeah.
My brother who
Oh,
designed our
yes.
logo
Okay.
and all that. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Oregon Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. But Paul on the plane, I thought you were talking about him doing he brought a level onto an airplane too, didn't he? Or was it an iPhone thing? Oh, so many experiments.
I think he took the
did it too.
accelerometer.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. And then I missed all the you guys started getting into conferences, live shows. I remember Adam Meakin was the live reporter on the scene until he got thrown into jail.
With the iron stick.
Oh man, yeah. Wow.
But yeah, you jumped a year or two there from.
I did.
To the Adam arresting. Yeah.
Let's go back to Josh was saying.
Go ahead.
Well, let's go back to the origins. It started on Twitter in 2013, late December 2013.
14.
14. Okay, yeah. 14. Then somehow we got into a chat room with John, me, Rob. Rob was there.
Yeah.
I think it was the Fabulous Four at the time.
There were the four of us first there, and then we got there was other people in that group. We found Cal in that group. We found a gentleman named Ben Long in that group.
Oh God, AKA Yish, AKA Ben Long, AKA Abigail.
Wow. And the whole Yish episode, the only flat earther who went back on the ball.
Yeah,
I forgot all about Yish.
Was it neuralistic? What was it? Neuro-linguistic programming? Was that
NLP? Yeah, that was his thing. And then he also did the big math debunk. Those images and Rob and him used to go. That was fun.
Yeah, they would just like me and Josh would just go into a blank zone, stare at all when the math would unfurl like that. We'd just be like, okay.
Yeah, well, then we got smart.
Talk.
Yeah, talk. Then we got smart. Then we brought in the Mr. Meakin, the math.
Then we found Mr. Meakin.
Yes.
That dude was like making electric current with wires and boards and shit. I'm like, okay.
He is the original mad scientist. He had his shed full of all these experiments. It was just fun seeing what he was cooking each week, man.
I know.
The shit.
And
we
heard some dude call some radio station.
Can you believe it?
I came in before Adam.
Yeah, you did.
You?
Yeah.
See, in my mind frame, y'all were there right at the same time.
No, Adam was late.
Month or two.
No, I was there in 2015, right at probably February-ish, maybe. I don't know.
2015. How it all blurs together.
Josh's claim to fame was the big phone call.
What's the phone call?
Yeah.
That was definitely what got our attention.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then we just clicked. That was when Tryptic started. We started doing those side hangouts, and
then we got in touch with a little dude that came on the show looking to talk, or had us on his show actually first, I believe, looking to talk to some flat earthers.
Yep.
On his Infinite Fringe
broadcast.
And Josh started guest hosting over there for about 4 years? Yeah, a minute.
So remind me, because my gap is, and have you talked to Mike? Remember Mike?
Yeah, Mike Springfield. We forgot to mention him in the early.
He got us going on the graphic stuff and started, giving me at least and Josh an idea of what you could do creatively. He had, very rough drafts, and maybe not as refined, but all our work was very unrefined in those days. But he gave us the idea, the dream maker. He gave us the gusto to go for it, I guess. Mike Springfield. Yes, I remember him.
I actually found the video that he had made, that first little demo intro-y thing. I had found it, and we had shown it, I believe, maybe even on a show one time as a flashback, and then I couldn't ever put my hands on it again. I don't know where I've lost that.
I did like that thing.
It had that very cinematic music, and it just had the flow that we were struggling to get James
Hey,
was a
yo.
fan of filters at that time, I believe.
That sound you've been looking for? Listen to this. Yeah, he had it. He had it, man. Yeah.
He was also the one that kind of showed us that it was possible that what were being shown to us as rockets being fired up into the atmosphere, or the dome, if you will, might actually have been just big old weights dropped into big old piles of sand. With his video skills of changing, like whatever he messed with,
I think he
contrast
actually,
and-
yeah, I remember that. And he actually said that spaceships like Challenger, whatever, those big, apparently 400 million pound things could be highly detailed weather balloons that are just shaped that way. Because I saw a video the other day that was like of a rocket ship kind of bouncing and wiggling.
Oh
And
yeah,
you've seen that one?
the rigid balloon idea.
Yeah. No, that guy was good stuff. And then
Oh yeah,
he went a little dark. He went into
he did get a
the
little dark.
yeah. He went in. Now, what was his
Oh, wow.
big passion? His passion was that old
Wait,
society, not the Atlanteans, but the
yeah, no, it was like the inky stuff.
Inkies
Inky
and the Iridu. Yep.
all that. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm about to break both of y'all's flashback break. Remember our pilot friend who was the bass player in the band?
I still talk to Doc every once in a while.
Really?
Oh yeah, Doc's on Telegram still. Doc's active.
Oh,
I see Doc.
I don't know where to see Doc.
I think she's over on Facebook too. There's more than one place I see her besides Telegram, but I think it's Telegram and Facebook.
You must do more Telegram than I do.
So why did I think that Mike and Dot were the same person?
Well, we thought that might be the case
Yeah,
at one point.
yeah. That and it may still be. I guess we'll never know. But
I don't think
Doc's
so.
still around.
But
eh?
I don't know.
I think they just have some things in common, but I don't think that those commonalities.
It was just the timing that kept throwing us. It was like just every time Mike would disappear for a little while.
She would come. Yep. I do remember those coinky dinks.
Yeah, some interesting early days.
Yeah, she's still in the band. She's still playing music.
We were just talking about Cal's coffee. I heard you saying that as I got on the call again after about too long break.
He hooked us up, that kid. He gave us the Wonder Share, whatever it was.
I don't know
some
what it was, but it was
editing
wonderful.
program.
It was wonderful.
It was wonderful. That was where we made the spider thing on, and Walt would add his little piece, and then Josh would have a turn, and then I would try and get it. I was nuts. I get a little fanatical about editing now. I apologize, boys.
And we all do. It took me probably a month to get that video together for Jeremy.
The work you did on the video, though, Walt, is fantastic. I believe you made the Gravity video, didn't you?
I made a Gravity video. I believe the better one was our good friend. My brain just broke and went blank. I can see the graphic. I can see the big glasses. The name is gone.
I know who you're talking about, too. He was one of our New Zealand or UK fans. And he was great. And then he started getting into all the VR viewers, right?
Got to be an issue, and he kind of pulled out of being around as much.
But he was big into the VR goggles and looking at the moon in the VR goggles.
That was Cosmic Surfer and
Stan
Smith.
Group
VR with the 360, and I've got the 7 Edge that had the attempt at a VR, and I would watch the videos and just get nauseated trying to watch it because it was too much going on in my brain.
I tried it once; it just wasn't happening for me. And then
of course, I got nauseated walking down the hall in the Temple of Doom or whatever that first thing I tried to play was. It was just walking, just throwing me off, let alone trying to turn a 360 and look at the sky and watch the moon traveling, multiple moons traveling. That was what I never understood. Is the way it was presented just kept confusing me.
Mm-hmm.
And the clarity was never offered enough for me to get there. And then Stan passed, which was unfortunate.
We've had a few passings.
We have had, unfortunately,
Rob,
quite a few amazing people.
Bob.
Yeah.
Mm.
Marin Dover.
Oh, wow.
Sheeps and Meeps.
Matt.
Yeah, he beat me. I'm sure I'm forgetting 100. I feel so terrible when I start naming
Yeah.
names. Shouldn't have done that. But yeah, those were just the first ones that immediately popped to mind.
We've had some great times over the years, though. Remember our chats with Hacksaw and that other fellow who was going to live in a bus and travel around. I forget his name. He was a regular for a while.
Yeah.
Good guy. D something? D like D. Oh, can't remember, but he knows who he is. You guys did tell me he got his van, and was traveling a bit. So yeah, Hacksaw was a good one though.
I talked to Hack not too terribly long ago.
Still,
Nice.
not terribly long ago. He was actually around, but hanging for a little while. About, what, 2 years
He
now,
got me
maybe?
back on the path of God, man. I'll never forget him for that. Didn't he start that Final Preacher Standing too for a while? He had his own channel. Yeah. Good idea. That guy's brain is very interesting. You
It
can't.
definitely is a conversation to be had. When you talk to Hacksaw, you better strap in and have eaten some Wheaties because it's going to take you places.
Yeah. And of course, John was the intellect. He was very, very smart. Made me feel a little out of my league when he would, ponder
John
his.
definitely would take us. And he was always in my head, like the thought I was having, and he would say it. Like, dude, what the fuck? Get out of my brain, John.
Yeah, that comforting voice too. There's just something about a British accent that
Hey, we were talking about that, watching the
there
Mark
is.
Devlin replay.
Yeah.
Saying that very thing. It's like, man, we sounded so much smarter when we had those British guys hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Instead of my country ass.
Yeah. The cronies. I left now, but good stuff.
Oh wait, apparently what Daz is telling me in chat is D Marble is the host of this show.
Yes.
D Marble, that's the guy. I knew it was a D.
Chat GPT. Yes, D Marble definitely did the van life for quite a while, and then he did some crypto that we were looking into with
the crypto
candy.
Yeah.
That was my next topic here was how many of the friends and the chat people. I mean, we had so many long time loving people that we used to look forward to talking to every week. How many have stayed? Who would know me from the beginning? That's still here today.
Daz is like OG, dude. Daz
the artist. Daz who used to paint.
He's Darren Daz Cox.
What's up,
now.
Daz?
That's him.
Right on, mate.
Le artiste.
Le artiste. Mm-hmm. And then Liz told us this morning she remembers your first show that she heard, or our first show she heard with you being the Santos show. So she was late to the Iron Realm Scouts, but she definitely has been a long standing, as well as, I mean, anybody in the current chat right now have been here for freaking longer than they should have been, listening to us bibble blabble about, and we appreciate the hell out of it.
I remember Daz.
We pull some bangers out of our butt every now and again. A lot of times it's just this, friends hanging out and catching up with each other and having some family time. And it's more needed than especially with some of the things that life throws at us. Man, I don't know if I could have made it to the cat episode without you guys here, And I know we pulled and helped Josh through when he lost Binks, and then Cammy, dealing
dude,
with
I wouldn't have survived cancer without you guys, man.
Yeah, dude, I mean, my God, the cry sessions you and I had together.
Oof.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And God brings us
and the family
together
that has been created here is incredible. And again, that's why I hate even starting with names, because then I feel like I leave people out.
Yeah.
But just scroll through that chat, dude, and you'll see 100 people that you remember. Well, I guess 25.
Remember a few Karens too. Few Karens. Karen B
B's
rings
always
a bell.
around. She floats in usually our morning chats. She's usually there hanging out. And then sometimes she pops in on these whenever the timing is right. We were the original Flat Earth Friday. Lots of people would do lots of other days, but Friday seems to have become the go-to night for everybody.
Why not choose the night to go against the biggest other show? Why not? Let's just go against Glowbusters right away, shall we? Why not? Oh man, like we never cared. It wasn't about that. We had our 25 people a week, and we just grew.
And that's yep.
Yeah, 12 of them were us.
Oh my God.
Andy D in chat, I'm sorry for your loss.
Uh-oh. I'm trying to get.
No real details. Came here to forget pain. Grief sucks. Grief sucks. Grief is a bitch. Grief is one of those things that you just never know how it's going to hit you. The twisted things it makes you think, do, and just fucking throws you so off kilter that when I'm having to grief, I know I just like can't make any major decisions because my brain is just so fucked from grief. Grief is just fuck. I hate grief. Worst fucking emotion that I feel is grief. It's just way too real.
There's no escape from it. It's so raw and real and in your face at every minute. That's the thing about grief that always gets me. There's really no escape from it. You just got to feel those feelings. You got to tough it out and go through it until all of a sudden you turn around and it's not there. But there's not a lot of help when you're raw like that. It's a tough one.
It is.
But we're happy you're here.
We're very glad you're here.
Yeah, big hugs. Well, that's why I love hugs. It's just that EM field from my heart. I can just intermesh it and just press it right up against that EM field of your heart. And I'm doing the absolute best to do that.
Holy cow, everywhere. We got the Adam Meekin. We got the Adam Meekin in the chat. Oh my gosh. Oh, buddy.
We didn't even say his name 3 times yet, did we?
Probably.
No. Probably. Maybe I did.
Maybe we did it in conjunction.
Oh, Adam. What a beaut.
Oh, you can't even write this stuff. Oh, it deserves a drink from the smoothie.
Yeah.
Link, sir, it is the same link you've had forever to get in Zoom, but if you don't have it, I'll drop it. Give me 5 seconds.
Yeah, I can definitely shoot you the link.
Somebody say Rob 4 times, quick. Rob, 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 Rob.
Thanks, Daz, for manifesting Adam. Thanks, Adam. If you were to join that link, my weekend would be made.
Humbling. No, maybe he can fill in some of the gaps, but I think we've done a pretty good timeline of the story here. And
all right, hang on, Adam. Here's the link. I dropped the damn video I had on my paste for some reason.
You know, we're gonna have to talk about that one event, though. Hey guys, that was definitely big in our history.
Santos.
No, the big Brahma.
The Brahma drama.
Oh, the Brahma drama.
I do want to play that Santos again before we get onto other drama.
You play the clip because I just realized Adam defended.
I'm gonna drop the other link.
Oh yeah,
Adam.
Adam's like, all right.
Adam's like, it's time to leave.
Yep.
Yeah.
If that's the case, there's the door, bitch.
Yep.
There we go. I've dropped every link I know to drop for you, Adam. If any of those don't work, then let me know on Skype, and we'll figure it out from there.
Call in on the flat line. We'll get you.
The
flat line. There's another timeline piece. Oh my God. We had truckers. We had nurses. We had doctors. We had freaking
ladies from NASA called in.
Yeah.
Got Zach all fucking riled up.
Oh man, you did some cool side stuff too. You got to tell us again about those early projects you did. Well, you did a little. Didn't you do a documentary with someone? Like
I used to do a channel back in the day before.
Oh, I love that channel.
Flat Earth. I mean, not a channel, but a show with my sister-in-law, Reality Check. I don't know if that's what you're remembering. I actually was able to find a VHS of the show and uploaded a DVD copy of it. I made like probably 3 shows and put them up, maybe 2. I know for sure, and was working on the 3rd, but the end of it was too janky. He wouldn't play.
For y'all don't know, Walt was one of the few people who interviewed the Crystal Skull guy. Now that was a heck of a show, my brother.
It's on there. It was the Star
Skull. Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Lloyd Pye. He was
Lloyd
quite a
Pye.
man. I
Yep.
wish we could pick his brain. I wish he was still around.
Yeah. Well, now that was the show, wasn't it? That was your show, the call-in show with your sister, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my sister-in-law. But
Yeah. But very cool.
And then
that's why you've been the voice. You were always the voice of this. You're the only one that
we
had
had to find all the
experience.
technical people. I knew I could talk shit. I just didn't have the ability to get it out on the air yet. Still don't, but luckily I have a great team that hangs out and helps me do stuff. I would be lost trying to do it on my own without a damn doubt. However, sometimes those bumps that we do turn into good things. Like this morning, we actually got to hear our buddy Liz.
I will be right back, gents. One second.
All right, absolutely, sir. You have a kid to attend to, I know. All right, let me go check Skype. Apparently, the link is problematic. Both work. So where's the one? Oh wait, let me mute up. While you talk, while I'm trying to work this out. He is currently installing Zoom updates. I should have thought that through. And we will be in the presence of the Meekin. Let me go back to my call. Damn it, I may have closed the wrong. In the presence. Hello?
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, look at that guy. The Meekin. Let me go back to my call. Damn it, I may have closed the wrong. Do hear me though. Am I on? Is that me hearing you? Or, me hearing me on you, or am I playing a video in the background?
Can you hear me, guys?
I hear you now, Adam. Yes.
Can't hear you.
Me. You can't hear me. Let me go back to the call.
Bear with me.
We hear you, but you don't hear us.
All right, gents, I'm back. Sorry about
All
that.
right. I actually am not hearing Josh right now either. I hope he didn't lose internet.
It would be a real reunion if this all
Give
happened.
me 2 minutes. I'm trying to talk through YouTube, but
he didn't lose internet.
Try to get sound on here.
It would be. I had to turn down my YouTube. That was what was ruining my
I usually just pause the video in midway and let it run in the background, or let it chat go in the background. Sometimes I disconnect it, but that gets lost when I do that. It drops and I can't find it again.
Marvin Gremlin flashbacks.
Definitely lost Josh, though, it seems, which is not good. Let me go back and make sure we're on YouTube. Because as I was saying, if we didn't have Josh,
we are the blind leading the blind if we lose Josh.
Sorry, I had to step away.
Oh, well, we didn't hear that. Sorry. So we thought we lost internet again.
Oh, shit. I hope not.
Well, no, because I'm talking away and not hearing anybody answer. And then Adam got in, but he couldn't hear me. And so I'm like, oh, no, don't tell him we're not having internet.
Now Adam's popped out.
He popped out to do another update, I think, or to go fix his sound. He was trying to do audio through YouTube, and we know that won't actually sync up. You'll be answering questions from 5 minutes ago.
A reboot is the best way to go. Yeah.
So we had him for a second, and he is coming back in a moment.
That's
I'm
just
actually
made my
trying
year.
to close too many things open. I know right now. Okay, that helps. So I've got Skype, Telegram. I got them all going. Let me close Skype and Telegram. That'll make my stuff much happier. All right, now I'm better.
That John Brahma drama, though, that idea, that time frame, my gosh.
Well, let's get Adam in here because he was definitely deep in
Oh,
that.
yeah.
without a doubt.
You want
I hear a doorbell.
Edit something together? You ought to edit that John Brahma drama.
Oh yeah, I still have it. I got her. The stories still hold up, though. That's the funny part. The stories still hold up to the day.
No, I can hear you bastards now. Can you hear me?
Hey, brother.
We hear you, sir.
Evening, gentlemen.
Hi, Ed.
Oh, good evening.
Gosh. Well, Jimmy boy, I don't know what's just happened. I was literally watching. I was watching Arnold Schwarzenegger, like this strange thing on Netflix, and I was going to go to bed, and as I always do, I checked in, and there's Jimmy, and you saw my text, and then the rest is just me being pissing around with the computers, which is old school Iron Realm, I assume.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be any other way, would it?
No.
Brilliant. Brilliant, man. Oh,
how are you doing? How's the family?
Oh, the family's mental. I got 2 young boys, 2 young men. My apologies. 16-year-old and an 18-year-old now, guys, and
Jesus.
Yeah.
Mental. Yeah, that's a good word.
The 16-year-old's like 6'2" and a bit, and he's got into bodybuilding in the past 2 years, and he's fucking huge. He's like the biggest thing in the house.
Wow.
My other son, he's just starting to shine now. Passed his driving test first off. He's off exploring life as a young man, and yeah, I mean, business is shit, but that's the way of the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I suppose no, business is really shit. My colleagues have decided they want to retire, so I'm kind of having to buy them out and start again.
Oh wow, that's a major change, right?
It's a fuck up, Walt. In terms of my life plan, but it is what it is. The life's changing right now, you know. Life's changing, and I don't see it as a negative.
Definitely in the States. I don't know how crazy things are there.
Everywhere, mate. It's all good. Change is good, you know. What we had was not good, so change must be good. You know. But I heard this change for you. I heard something about Dad. Just tell me more, yeah?
Well, so I had cancer, and you helped me through it, man. I remember you been sending me stuff in the mail, brother. But so the doctor said, 99% chance I'm not going to have a child, and the wife and I were like, wow, should we freeze the sperm? Should we try that? Should we do this? We thought about it. We didn't. I made it through the cancer, and then a couple of years later, we got the news. You got a miracle child. It's a boy. Well, that boy is now 3 and the love of my life. It's unreal, man, how things work, boys. So that's the quick update. Great to hear your voice, Adam. We were talking about your experiments
All
earlier.
around. Yes, we indeed were. The infamous
Some of the
shit.
best top man shit, man. Proper.
I'd have to ridicule myself now, and in terms of experiment, maybe. Well, some maybe, some not.
The moonlight one.
I never leveled that experiment. Even back then, I was curious as to what I was doing. But even now, today, I still stand by it because it was as empirical. It was Savage that said to me, "Just do your best." And I went out there and I did my best. So I'll still stand by what I did.
Absolutely.
And anyone can shove the results up their arse. I don't really care. I know what I gathered night after night after night.
Yep. And I know how much work and effort and how controlled that setting was. That was the whole key to
it
being
was nuts.
empirical.
The control level of that was beyond reproach.
The best I could do.
When
It
they
wasn't.
cross.
I wouldn't call it scientific, but in terms of observing natural phenomena, it was the best I could do to isolate any variables. And I'll challenge anyone to that. But and it still blows my mind. That it still blows my mind. I still don't understand it. Maybe one day.
I just read something earlier about using basically small mirrors and using the mirrors to collect and condense moonlight enough that you could read it with just a regular thermometer.
I tried it with a telescope. Didn't work. Let me look it up. Come on, let me put a video on. It's been a while. How you doing, girls? Boys, let me. I've got all sorts of Warhammer models that I paint for my young lad. Let me move that. And
the workshop. Oh my gosh!
Oh, there's all sorts of shit in here. It still goes on. But it can. Oh no!
Warms my heart that the shop is still running.
Don't put the camera on. Yeah, this place is still going, mate. It does lots of different things nowadays. Still in the same vein. We're still doing lots of good things. But yeah, it's good.
So you mentioned the boys and their age. Have they taken up the mantle in any way, or are they just dad's a nutter? Or
yeah. Well, that was a given long ago. No, Leo's into economics and politics and stuff.
Oh,
like
really?
That.
That's interesting.
Don't know. That's what he's done A levels in, and he's off to. I don't know what he's not sure. He's a bit like me. Didn't know what he wants to do. The
I
young
still
man.
don't.
Yeah, I know.
Hope I figure it out one day.
I do, and it ain't this. But you know, and Archie, he wants to do criminology, so he's just finishing. Yeah, so he's off to college to do that next year, hopefully.
Do you still have your summer home in Italy? Or
Yeah.
Oh, that's good news.
Yeah. Hopefully, we're off there. End of next month.
Beautiful. I'll never forget that one picture you got of that moon. It was so big.
Right?
Oh, that was one of the best moon shots ever.
There were good days out there. Good days.
Yeah, man. We were just reliving the history of Iron Realm and how we started on Twitter, how we got smart and got you Brits on. And that's when the game went up, and all the trials, all the ups and downs. But the one thing that's stayed true is the community, the brothership, the fellowship, the chat group each week, and just we're coming up on 10 years of knowing each other.
I know, man. That breaks my brain.
It was a long time.
10 years. That's bonkers, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. We were speaking about our stubbornness, I believe, before we went live.
Yeah. The lingerers.
The lingerer.
So good to see you, Adam. I have missed you so much. I love It's just so good to see you.
Yep.
I was so happy. James was getting to hang out with James, and that was just like
that was epic.
A blast
like,
from the past.
Yeah.
And then to see you pop up here, just surreal.
This time, yeah, because there's times you wish there'd be an opportunity to jump in. So like I say, I watch.
Well, that link never closes, as we tell many people.
Oh yeah, and you're watching Arnie, and then like I said, I was going to bed, and there's Arnie. Arnie's in my head. Just do it. Just do it. You know what I mean? And so I did. And it's a pleasure. And I tell you what, it will stop me getting texts from Liz. When you coming back? I've done it, Liz. There you
Yes,
go.
she asks us that both in chat after the show when she comes into the call and hangs out with us. When she inadvertently got on live today, she didn't bring it up. I have to give you crap, Liz.
But yeah, it's a pleasure to be back and say hello to you guys. It's been a while.
Absolutely. We did a replay of the Mark Devlin a few weeks back. We took a break, and of course, the break was us sitting in the whole chat watching the whole show. Well, I'll take half the show maybe, but anyway, yeah. And we were listening and thinking, man, we have got to figure out a way to get these guys back around. If not all at once, at least in different episodes or something. But who could have imagined that it would just pop like that? It's so, yeah. I can't even. There's no words. There really aren't.
No. We were such a diverse group of individuals from different walks and backgrounds that, like, it just worked. We just worked together. We have this kindred spirit. And Rob, I miss Rob and his, like, roving, personality where he would just come in and do his bit. And Rob is Rob. Like, I love that guy too. And we just clicked, man. And those bonds don't ever go away. Just as Adam popped in, it feels like 7 years ago. And we're he's just right here. And I was just asking him about Leo. And, those things prove to me that it's real. And that's the best feeling I can get.
So what have
choked up.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So have you, sir, been around or down, I guess, any interesting rabbit holes we aren't aware of? I know it's been a year or two and you've been doing a lot of things. I've popped in and out myself over there. So what is the latest aha for you, sir, Adam?
Well, it's been a funny few years, hasn't it?
Did you think?
I don't know. This stuff I wish sometimes I am around media to talk about it on. The past, maybe I was shut up for a reason. It's been a funny few years, particularly in my job. So I don't know. I come out of it and I don't know. I just think tonight's weird. I've had to mute. I've had to stop the camera because I'm a bit freaky. Because it's just weird. I've got to be honest with you tonight.
Really?
It's your fault, James.
I know. I do that. I don't mean to, but it happens. We were talking. We each have our roles, right?
Well,
Josh is
interestingly enough,
backbone.
James actually had brought up as we were going to our little first break there that we might come back with both history and a bit of the Brahma drama, which I believe was pretty integral in a whole lot of everything. And then Mr. Brahma disappeared, interestingly enough, as well. I always think about that whole thing and how it was very volatile to all of us.
Yep.
Both as a team and personally in our own lives, and what it brought to us all and what it brought out of us all, and how it really did, I think, begin if not a splintering, at least a fracturing that then
was the
became
catalyst.
a splintering, and unfortunately it was such personal things for each of us. I mean, we all had huge personal stakes in that whole thing. That when it kind of blew up like it did, it was, and then like I said, and then he disappeared. Interesting, like an agent would do.
It's so incredible that if that was, and I've thought about it many times when Adam's, pondered and I've pondered, I find it still so incredible that you and Josh and others after us have managed to keep it going. And that the spirit couldn't be crushed out and snuffed out and divided and killed. And
we're still trying to find more every freaking week. And if I mean, truly, if I didn't have Josh to talk to and Zach to talk to, Cammy to talk to, I would lose it, dude. I would be a blibbering idiot. I mean, you've seen me lose my mind over some fucking cats over the last few months here. So just imagine if I was dealing with all this alone. I mean, you guys are family, you are therapy, you are my friends, you are proof that there can be a better world if we could all just figure that part of it out.
Yeah.
You know?
There may still be one more joining us, possibly.
I didn't hear you, sir.
My gosh.
I said there may still be one more joining us, possibly.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I didn't do this one. I may have put the feelers out for Adam, but
I don't know what happened before I even joined, because genuinely, gents, literally, I finished watching a bit of Netflix. Do what I always do on a Friday night is the guy's still going, and then catch up on bits, and there you are.
And here you are. And here we all are.
It's mad, isn't it?
It is pretty mad, but it's pretty fucking amazing.
Pretty us.
NED, if there's any grief healing energy that we could send your way, we're doing it right now, because
this would be it.
Yeah. I'm having to work through some grief now, and I'm digging the shit out of it. So I hope you get some relief as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is integral to my existence now, you know? It truly is. So thanks forward, backwards, through all the permutations of time, wrinkles, and past and histories and the things we can change in the past. Dad, you know. Yeah. I'm putting all that energy in every direction it can be sent.
Yeah.
Up and down the timeline.
And side to side.
I'm not sure of the whatever's occurring. My love to anyone out there that's suffering. But if tonight's anything, then things happen for a reason. I just, you know, I'd have been struck off if I'd have been on Rome the past COVID crisis. Because I can't lie. I can't lie. I was put in a place where, or whatever. It's interesting how things work out. Yeah, it's funny how things play out. And all I'd say to people out there is, you know, there are tough times. But it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
How quickly a horizon can occur, our sunrise. Guys, it's really good.
Yeah.
Really good to catch up with you all. And I know this shit. Of course, every bit of life this shit. But it's really good to catch up with you. It's funny how whatever has pulled us together tonight has happened. It's been a long journey, hasn't it?
It's been a long slog, man.
And part of me thinks, could we? The past few years, sometimes I think, I couldn't have done what I've done with you guys. We all started this journey, coming together as, like, as you say, disparate, kind of very different souls. And we found each other, and we strengthened, and we grew, and we shared. And it's funny, isn't it? How you then sometimes have to part. It's a little bit like I said, what's going off in my life right now, and that's happened in the past. It's always a pleasure, though, when you can meet back up again and hug. I know it's over the internet. A really big, huge hug to you guys.
Right back at you.
Same, man. You never really left. There hasn't been a year or a month or sometimes a day where I haven't thought about the bonds we have, the people we've helped, the information we've gotten out, and just the psychiatry we've doled out on each other at the crises we've all had independently. And, you know, it's not me, it's not Josh, it's not Walt, it's not Adam, it's not John, it's not Cal, it's not Mike, it's we. whoever and everybody that's been along for this ride. And it's the last few years, man. It's I don't know. I'm running out of words. It's just so great to have you guys back.
Indeed, it is. And beyond anything I could have expected for tonight. Hang on one second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, I'm still just
shocked,
gobsmacked.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. I'll be real curious if this other person joins, or is downloading involved and things like that. So we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I had to do some
I know
downloading.
James had to do a little updating, and so did Adam. So
little zooming, but I'm really grateful that I kept my Skype link, because I hadn't logged into that in geez, man, like 5-6 years. But there it was, and there was Adam Meakin, and I just shot him a little message saying, "Hey, brother." I came on by mistake because I thought I was coming on through Skype. And then I read a message from Walt saying, no, Jimmy, no, not Skype. Shut it down. Go to Zoom. So I had to do that. And there, the fate took its wonderful twist.
The orange skies of change, Darren says. It's going to be some world event happening tomorrow, and a new paradigm starting as portented by the orange skies of change. He asks.
I like it, Daz. Like it.
Change is good. Like I said earlier. It's disturbing, but it's good. And
it's how you respond, eh?
Tonight's exemplar of that. Change is good, you know. It can only be for the good, and there's a lot of change, I think, if we look at the world to come. And good to know where your friends are, isn't it, when change is coming?
Amen.
There's a lot to be said for being able to distinguish who your friends are and being able to engage with them.
Just know they're there. You don't have to always engage. Sometimes disengaging is the best thing in troublesome times.
Yeah. But it's funny, Adam, how we can be gone for years apart, and when we get back together, it's like we never left. And you don't find that in the world. The world is a very different place. I could count the number of close mates I have on my finger, on my one hand, and you three are on there. Isn't that insane for the little amount of time that we've connected over the last few years? It's strange, but it isn't.
It is strange. Like, I've broke bread, literally, shared pizza with Jaron Nodell, but have yet to meet any three of you. It just is crazy.
We were so close there during the Brahma drama. We were just taking off, boys. We were taking off. Brought out the best of us, and it brought out the worst of us in us.
We would have met up in South America.
Oof. Yep. Well, here we are.
Walt was talking this morning about that fourth phase of water that they recently discovered in the lower part of the upper crust, I think, or was it the upper part? It was the upper part of the lower crust is where they had found it, because it was this weird spongy type of fourth phase of water. Made me think more of John Brahma and how he described the firmament as that sort of crystalline, weird phase of water.
That is exactly how he explained the edge, and I believe he also said that you were able to pass through that form.
Certain times of the year.
Yeah.
At certain times of the year, and only if you were enough of a Luddite. as I recall.
And certain dispositions emotionally. That was a big one. Wow.
No technology.
We definitely have big emotions, us guys.
Only the analog could pass through.
Now, is that easy water you're talking about, Walt? Was that what it's called?
Yeah, the story this morning was simply
exclusion zone
more water under the crust than above the crust, is what they're saying. And it's some fourth phase of sponge water. Because science. They can't see it, they can't measure it, they can't actually drill to it, but they scienced it out.
But
that's really what it was. But the phases of water, I believe, are truly a thing. I think that, like, as all these water elements come into play, I mean, in the histories, we know water's above. In the videos we've seen of the rockets, something happened that seemed very liquasic. Your boy talked about that weird place above where it, not Brahma, but the other guy, the first guy that did the jump. Remember, he was talking about how it was something going on up there that wasn't the same as lower and all. I don't remember exactly how he said it. And then we start looking at,
Felix,
what water does just under different frequencies that we know, ice, steam, and fucking liquid. So just those three frequencies alone show that it is not a substance that we have any concept of understanding in any way yet. And can we not forget our good buddies Pete and Pete?
Pete and Pete.
You don't remember the Pete and Pete episode that they were going to show us why hydrogen and water, or H2O wasn't hydrogen and oxygen? I can't, Adam. You're the physicist. I don't remember the details. What was it? But whatever it was, when we all got together to talk about it, it was as volatile as the Santos appearance, and they got stupid, pissy, and yeah, it was something else. But that was something about water, and it's not what we think. And they were on a whole path with it, and then we talked to a lot of people about water, vortex in it.
Well,
go ahead. Sorry.
I've just looked something up on it, and if you'll allow me, I'll expand on it. So this theory is actually done by a bioengineering professor in Washington. So according to the professor, his name is Pollock, this fourth phase of water, which he calls exclusion zone water or structured water, forms near hydrophilic surfaces. It is characterized by a structured management of water molecules forming a gel-like ordered network. This structured water has been observed in various natural phenomena, including within living organisms, in the vicinity of charged surfaces, and even in the clouds. So here are some of I guess that's the overview, and here are some of the properties of it. So he is suggesting that the formation of easy water involves charges, right? Like we've talked about the ions and positive, negative. So he says that it involves charged separation where positive and negative charges become separated, which then results in that polarized structure. Now, he also states that easy water has the ability to exclude solutes such as ions and impurities from its structure, which is very interesting. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Josh, are you listening? This exclusion zone can act as a selective filter, allowing only specific molecules and ions to pass through. Energy absorption.
Magic sponge water.
That seems quite a good description. Water's amazing. Often we call it a universal solvent that will deal with fats. Hydrophobic is the word, the opposite of the word James used in that thing, hydrophilic. It'll deal with ionized molecules as well. It's a weird molecule that ruins everything that you understand in chemistry. It breaks all the rules all the time. Then it does it with, particularly in the the realm we live in, it breaks all the rules of gases and liquids because it floats at that point between liquid and gas where we live. And it does all sorts of weird things there. I say with liquids, it's called a universal solvent, and we see gas pressures that we can't explain, and gradients we can't explain, and water's always involved. And when gradients disappear to nothing, water disappears. It's not involved. It's a funny old molecule, is water. Before the flat Earth, I was often told it's the key to life. It's described as. Some may laugh. I would often look at that. It's not the key to life. It's the key to the physics we live in as well.
Bruce Lee was on about the water. Without
Be
a doubt.
like water. Yeah. Flow like water.
You put water in a teapot, it becomes a teapot.
Occupy the volume, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, I went through a phase with somebody we had on, or someone mentioned that we should pay attention to, and he was talking about the idea of filling your home with bottles of water for energetic, like capturing of negative energy. So I filled like every empty plastic water bottle, glass, anything I could find, and lined windows with it, and lined areas around the bed with it, and I actually think it intensified negative things in my home for quite a while. Now, they eventually calmed down, but during that time period when I was expecting things to calm and get chilled, it seemed like things amped up, both here in the realm and also in the other places. When I would sleep, things were also happening there that were quite not, just not good energy in any way. So I don't know if maybe me attempting to deal with those negative energy.
It's magic sponge water. You're just drawing them in.
Well, maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe that attracted more than anything. I think that's James popping back in. Possibly.
Whether it's attracting them in or saying, bring it on, bitches. That's the way I'd look at it, guys. Yeah? You put it there, you're saying, I want to deal with things. So you deal with it, It might bring negative first. It's most likely to bring negative first because you got shit to deal with.
Just trying to help whoever that is. So
that's James. Sure.
I think they're just going to get the audio sorted, I think.
Yeah. But I'm still not sure what's going on. You got a smile that's really got me wondering. Oh my God. Oh.
No, we'll just, I don't know. It's just connecting to your phone's audio.
Oops.
But feel free to jump in as soon as you get it sorted. Well, James was just here and just suddenly dropped. I'm not quite sure where James went. We thought we was going to be him coming back in because he just dropped. So that's why we thought it was going to be you. We're going to be James. But
so it's not James.
No, I didn't think it was James.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to help the person by changing things. So I guess I'll just put that.
Excuse me.
Could you tell us your occupation, please? I am a writer. I have written. Nobody. What's my line? Nobody. I'm old. God, I'm old.
So all you're doing is changing your name. That's not the actual text. From James ? To ? It'd probably be easier just to.
But when they pop up, it was their phone number. So I'm just trying to keep that from being.
Gotcha. That makes sense. You were doing that.
I'm doing that. Trying to help someone
that makes
reveal
sense.
Stuff they don't want to reveal. So again, trying my best here, multitasking because the cats have kind of gotten wild around me. They're chasing and knocking things over, and so I'm just checking them out.
While we were waiting, I just want to give Mike LaBrash a quick shout out there. Truther's Hour of Comedy. Next week, our Have No Sphere is going to be a bit of a short one. So I'm going to bail out of here at 7 Central. Well, I'll be a little bit before, because at 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, Mike LaBrash's new show, High Vibrations, is going to be kicking off. And they've been nice enough to invite me on as their first guest. So that'll be cool.
That will be cool.
So make sure you tune in. I'll have links and all that good stuff, hopefully Friday. So when we end our show, I'll be able to drop you all a link, and our chat can just run on over there to his chat, and we can kick off the new High Vibrations on Truther's Hour of Comedy there on YouTube.
And I'm going to assume James may have had a technical problem, because while we were having him here, he was also on Skype and Telegram, because I had them all open earlier and he was on them active, but now I can't find him. He must be having technical things. Which, I'm not saying that there's a reason that happened, but yeah, I'm guessing when good things was trying to happen, anything that can mess it up would try to. Just saying.
That's the IRM gremlins.
When good things start, it's hard to stop them.
Well, it is hard to stop them. It won't be stopped. I'm just saying it's just really interesting that we usually don't have too much trouble with technical things here at the Iron. I'm lying through my teeth. I'll shut up now. So the person on the phone, you have to unmute that call. How to do that, I'm not certain on that, but I would guess it's probably located at the bottom of your phone area screen there if you're on the Zoom call. We need Zach because he does the phone on the Zoom call. I haven't done it probably in 5 years.
It probably does look somewhat like a telephone handset.
Like a telephone handset, I would guess. And if that doesn't work, then I would ask that you maybe drop and come back and see if when you come back in, there's a join with phone sound or device audio or something like that option that needed to be clicked into. I'm not 100%. Again, Zach is our usual Zoom on a phone expert. I'm trying to pull it up and see if I even have it on my phone anymore. Let's see if maybe I can. Because if I do that, then I break everything. Because when I double dip, it messes up my.
I considered the same, but thought I'd probably best
You
not.
better stop.
I need a voice.
There he is. Holy crap. Listen to that man.
I need my voice heard.
What's up, Hack? How you doing?
Hack Saw.
Hacksaw in the house.
This dude, oh my God. What a night. I'm just broken at this point. I'm just broken.
I got a special invite.
Yes, sir.
How can the man decline?
Oh, the man himself. How you doing, brother?
Yeah. ain't nothing changed.
Righto.
Ain't nothing
we had
changed.
James Full Armor here for the longest time, and then miraculously Adam Meekin has popped into the call with us, and that's been just heartwarming and just like a shock, not even expected, a bonus beyond measure. And now your ass pops up. The cherry on fucking top.
We was talking about Hacksaw.
We talked about you already. That's probably what it was. Your ears started burning. And,
Well, that's funny you say that, Walter, because I thought I just talked to Hack not too terribly long ago. Let me just see if his number's still good. So I send him a text. Are your ears burning?
Yeah, they were.
Interestingly enough, they were.
Do I need to ask what you all were saying?
No, you'll probably not want to hear it.
Nothing but good stuff.
We were just talking about the history. Like I said, we hadn't caught up with James and Adam in too fucking long. Immeasurably too
years,
long. And
plural.
Yeah, many years. And we've, you know, like I said, to get it arranged and worked out with James was actually a little trial because we had some scheduling problems, work and his family, and then Josh and I were double dipping again. Sorry, Mike. And then
Love you, Mike.
Yeah, definitely, brother. And get over here and get back on with it soon. Shit. But anyway, yeah, so just to get it worked out for him tonight. We thought we'd messed up the time zones again, like we like to do, especially with our Australian friends. And yeah, it was the whole thing. But he actually got in here about 6:00 our time, I guess, and it was awesome catching up. And then, like just out of the blue, there was Adam, and that was beyond belief.
Well, it's probably because Elon just reinstated my account on Twitter.
See, I haven't been on Twitter in so long. I don't even know what that fool's doing on there. I had gotten back on for like a few minutes one afternoon with something. What was it? Oh, some guitar picks I was trying to get a discount on. They had me going and setting up some stuff on my account to get some demos going, and I saw a lot of people I hadn't talked to there. But yeah, I surely haven't caught up with many people on Twitter in a long time.
Yeah, it's a different environment nowadays. But I tweeted Elon. I said, "Thank you, the best money you ever spent."
Better than digging boring holes or building big Falcon rockets on your SpaceX company.
That bullshit. And that dude is full of bullshit companies. I'll tell you what, which makes me extremely suspicious about his Twitter purchase.
Well,
did I ever tell you I worked for Elon at a solar company?
Nope, I don't think so.
Yeah, I figured his shtick hella days ago, like 2012 or something. He dips into federal dollars. So he opens the solar companies. He gets solar subsidies from the federal government. He sells them. He leases them. He's got the Tesla, gets federal subsidies for EVs. He's got SpaceX, got federal subsidies for that shit. He just follows federal grants. It's a great way to get rich.
It's a money grab. That's why I said that's my $1 million fucking business idea.
Million, 44 billion, son.
Well, maybe that's who I need to contact for a fucking business loan.
44 billion.
You hear that, Elon?
Yeah, all our money is going to shit.
All I need is $250,000 to start my company.
They just check the federal. You got to hire a DEI executive. So why do you think he hired a DEI executive? Why do you think all these companies are promoting DEI hires and the rainbow? Because the federal government has already subsidized billions of dollars to all companies who adopt it, and they will fine them if they don't. So if you're a businessman, what do? You make DEI hires.
You put a trans on a fucking beer can and say, "Look at me, I did good, right? That's good, right? Yeah, right."
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Oh shit, I didn't do
That's
good?
Exactly right.
Oh crap. Oh well. Just give me more federal dollars and I'll try again next time.
Well, you can't miss. You put a tranny on the beer can, you get $1 billion. Easy. Easy. But it's also concerning that he's a South African fighting for free speech, which is like patently ridiculous. But here we go. Does that confuse you?
Nope, we're listening. It's hacksaws on. What are you talking about? All you can do is just sit back and let hacksaw buzz through stuff.
That
The
was
man
one of
knows
the things I
exactly what
did
he's
mention
doing.
earlier is if when Hacksaw shows up, the conversation is going to get down and you better have eaten your Wheaties, my friend.
And you're still holding on to California, huh?
I don't mean to be exclusive. I don't want to hear what you guys say. I'm talking off of you. I'm not out here making my own points. Got to meet the people where they're at.
So you're still hanging on to California?
No, I hate this place.
But you've hated that place for as long as I've known you.
For as long as we've talked to you, my friend.
Bro, the weather out here has changed. Nobody knew. Nobody ever says it. But the reason why California was so expensive was our weather. I learned that when I went to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
That's right where yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I started seeing surprise thunderstorms in the middle of the summer. What the hell is this? All the humidity and everything else. The reason why it was so expensive was the temperate Mediterranean Jerusalem weather. We don't have that anymore. It's triple digits and bull crap all year long.
But it's a dry heat.
So it was. No, it's getting humid. We have humid months now. It's all changed. It's all ruined. And that's why our real estate prices out here are dropping, because there's no reason to stay out here if you can deal with humidity and triple digits. You might as well just go somewhere where it's cheap.
You can come hang out with me for humidity and triple digits. Shit, I got that.
Yeah, certainly. And are you
So
still in Louisiana?
Is it like, are they making clouds out there like they're making them over here? Because I can still watch
Bro,
every time they fire
I
off the
have
NASA cloud
not-
machine just right over the way there. I can watch it build up and it starts raining.
I have not seen a real cloud in a decade. Not one.
Are you guys
It's
getting the
all
orange crap over there too from the fires, or is that
Bro,
all on
we
the
get
East Coast?
purple, we get yellow, we get orange, we get green, we get strange mists, we get humidity, we get lightning and thunder. Nothing we ever had before. Nothing. It's horrifying in reality. Because who's doing what?
Well, it's
You know
because
what I mean?
when you're inside your high-speed rail traversing the transcontinental railroad, it's only going to cost you like $400 or $500 Amaros, and you won't have to worry about the weather. And you can go from like Mexico City to Quebec, no problem. Take you like 4 hours, high speed. Pew! You're gone. Right through all that bullshit. But we're gonna need someone to dig some boring ass holes.
Hold on, my earphones blanked out.
Are you ready for this one, guys? I have an update. James's entire house is currently dark with no explanation to be had. Wow. As I said, when good things start happening, the gremlins wake up without a fucking doubt.
We knew this like a decade. Every time we get connected, they start messing with our electronics. That's how we know we are together as a team on the right path.
That is how the joke started, because it really was. I mean, there was always Josh's complete ineptitude when it comes to all things technological. But then there was also just things that seemed to go beyond Josh's ineptitude in all things technological.
Well, it's your fault James is sitting in the dark, of course.
Well, you know it. Right now, I've been living around Palo Alto, which is, Facebook and Google and all that business.
Oh, yeah, the power core right there, baby.
Yeah, I haven't seen real
clouds. Tell you all about it. Andrew Beat. That's his stomping grounds, I'm pretty sure, right?
I might need to meet him. But we don't get real clouds anymore. I mean, this whole everything's wrong. They just spread clouds all day because there wouldn't be none if they didn't. Yeah, and I feel like all the electronics are fully tapped into Google and Facebook and the CIA, and you can't get nothing done. You can't get nothing done. They've been sending power surges to my computer all day long today, trying to kill that motherfucker. Trying to kill it.
Yeah.
Whole house turning up and on like 10 times an hour for 10 hours. It's amazing we're even connected right now. You guys must have heard that I was back on the wire or something.
It really is just more syncretism, as Santos would say.
Whoa, look out. You're going to call him up. He'll be the next
He'll be the next one to pop right in. This link still works, right?
Link's still good, right, boys? That's what you're doing. Where's that James fucker at? I heard he was here. I got a bone to chew. A pig's bottom to chew. Oh, my God.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, no, I told
What?
Enoch, I told Elon, I was like, hey, bro, we need a downvote button.
Right. What'd you say, Adam? I heard you for a second.
I think Adam's going to go to sleep.
You got me, Josh.
Yeah, it's that time. I knew it was. I knew it was approaching.
It's 20 to 3 in the morning.
I know, my friend. I do remember the days. I do remember them all too well. And finally, look, don't make this a once in a 5-year thing, please.
I should hope not.
All right. Miss your friend and love you immensely. You give big hugs all around that family and tell them we miss them as well. You have no clue.
I'd love to yours, as always. Let the Skype sort it out this week.
Right.
Hopefully next week we could have a less impromptu catch up.
That'll work. That'll definitely work, my friend.
All right.
Well, as Josh said, he's going to be bopping out early next week. In fact, if you want, we could just do a repeat for next week to make it easy on everybody, and then we can work on the week after.
Whenever. It's been that fucking long. Who cares?
We can make a week work.
Like I said, we can do it on a Thursday. I don't have to go live. I just like to be able to sit down and catch up and fucking talk.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah. We still do our Wednesday things, so absolutely. We'll make it work, friend.
I'll be good, guys. Really nice. Love to you all. Amazing. I'm Real Moody. It's good to be back on, and love to you all.
So good to hear your voice, Ed.
Guys in chat.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear you, Adam.
Yeah, and you bugger. Yeah, good to hear you too.
What's that now?
Yeah, like I said, I've got to go to bed, but like, hopefully this is just the beginning.
Certainly.
Absolutely, friend.
Certainly.
Love to you all. God bless.
Rest well.
Good night, yeah.
Good night.
Could be a while. It's been a while since I've been on Zoom. I can't find the leave button.
I think it's lower right.
It's lower right.
I've got it. Thank you, gentlemen,
right,
ladies.
All right.
God bless.
Love
Good
you,
night. It's been a pleasure.
Rizzo agreed as I'm unmuted. She gave us a big meow meow.
That literally made my whole weekend.
Okay, so what's the topic?
When are you going back to Fort Leonard Wood?
What?
That's my stomping ground.
Bro, I'll tell you that the great thing about the Army was running. I happen to be a really good runner, you know.
Yeah, you do
and
that
when
anywhere.
I got into, go ahead.
I said you could do that anywhere.
Yeah, but you know, California's got that certain weather, and then when you go out to a place like Fort Leonard Wood, you start running in the dark in the morning. It's a whole other world because you can't see nothing because it's so humid, you know, even in the dark in the morning, but you could smell all the flowers and the colors are different.
I love mornings.
Yeah, no,
just for that reason.
I remember the drill sergeant teaching us how to run just by running, you know, and then we went to Fort Sam Houston, and I was in Texas in October. And I can't tell you, it was so much even more wild and humid and purple and blue, running in the dark of the morning. This dude had us running 5-minute miles every day, and we didn't even know it. He was this guy that was like 5'4", 125 pounds, and run like the wind. And he'd lead us out. And I'm telling you, some of the best days of my life. Like they say, we do more before 9 a.m. Most people do all day. We'd be marching to chow at 6 a.m. with the moon and stars up after running 5-minute miles. Unbelievable. And most of it was related to the fact that there weren't those kinds of sights and smells out here in California, you know?
Yeah, but coming from there to California to do my running in California and seeing the different sights and the different smells and the different colors and the fucking different people. I always heard California people are a different breed, but I'll be goddamned if that wasn't the truth.
Well, I'll tell you a secret. I grew up in the woods with Bigfoot.
That I believe.
I don't doubt that in the least.
I can tell you a story about that. You want to hear it?
Go sell something like that. Yeah, I do.
Who's going to say no? I grew up at this camp, and when we were introduced to the camp, it was we were a family of 5, and I'm the youngest. And then there was this couple who my dad knew who was trying to get us into the camp, and then trying to get us into the camp, he put me in the truck with them. So I rode like 4 hours with this strange couple in the bench seat of the truck. While my family rode behind us.
Seems legit.
And of course I was like the cutest kid, so it was easy pickings. But when we got up there, it's the middle of dang nowhere, Central California mountains, bro. And I'm telling you, there ain't nothing like it. And I spent my whole youth in the wilderness alone as a babe. And there was this one gal, one of the family members of the other camp members, and she took to me, you know, as women sometimes do to the young one. And we hung out for some time, and then all of a sudden she got old, and she'd come back with like her boyfriends that are 20 years old and a pack of them. And I used to sleep in this car. And in the dark of the night, she and her girlfriend came to the window and carried me out of the car and took me down to the river. Now, we had a river, you know. And we always went to the river in the daytime. Nobody was messing around at the nighttime. And I'm telling you, I slept alone every night in the dark. When I was home in my house, night terrors were my life. If you want to know what formed me, what made me, and who I am, it's all about the dreams and nightmares and astral projecting I had as a babe, because they would come for me in the dark in my house, because I grew up in the East.
All about it, my friend.
You know what I'm saying, Walt? You hear me?
Oh, yeah.
The animals used to pile around me at night to protect me, like they knew better. Then they get spooked and scared off and run out the room, and I'd get horrified. I know all about night terrors and night paralysis and astral projection, all that business since I was a baby. But when I would go to camp, sleeping in the dark of the woods, I slept every night like a babe, and nothing ever bothered me. I don't know the difference. It was just peaceful. And then every now and then we wake up to strange sounds and stuff going on in the camp. So her and her friend take me down, and it's like 10, 20-year-olds kind of thing. And I'm like 5. And she was my gal. She carries me down in her lap, and we go to the fire. And there's all these other ones looking at me, and I could tell right away there was something strange going on. And they were playing a game that they wanted to scare me, which is really mean. And I was playing along with it because I wouldn't have known any better. But then they had a guy with a mask come out from behind a bush, behind the guy that was telling some kind of ghost story in front of the fire. And then the guy he had like a wolf mask, you know what I mean? Some kind of Wolverine, like Bigfoot mask on. And then as he comes towards me, everyone's looking at me to see what I'm going to do. And then my gal holds me up to him like I'm going to be a fire sacrifice. And I just start screaming because this is like, yeah, as you might imagine, not fun. It wasn't funny to me. And then I began to do the sob of a child that, you know, has that like trauma sob where they can't even catch their breath.
Uh-huh.
So everyone has to stop. And then we have to walk back. And so the two girls who got me started walking me back with two guys who were like older guys with flashlights. And I'm telling you, you know, walking through the woods, it might be a road we walked 1,000 times, but you're in the pitch of dark, surrounded by woods. And everyone's got their flashlight and they're holding me in front. It's a little babe. As I'm walking back, I'm starting to get more comfortable. And all of a sudden, some feeling comes over me like, oh, no, I'm okay. Something's watching here. And from a place that it shouldn't have come came a snort. That kind of deep guttural snort that could have been only been a grizzly or something bigger.
Uh-huh.
And I'm telling you, it was a Bigfoot that come down and heard me screaming. And they knew me because I'd been there since I was a babe. And they didn't like me being played a prank on, that scared on me. And so I'm crying, and they didn't like that at all. And they came down to make sure that these people brought me back to camp directly. These people wouldn't even shine their lights into the woods. Everybody got horrified. But I got comfort. I was like, yeah, that's right. Take me home. Take me back to the car. And that snort, there was 0% chance growing up realizing that was any kind of bear following us. Bears don't do that. They don't act like that. They don't sound like that.
No, they'll let you know or they'll go away.
Yeah, exactly. But this one was like, you keep going. We don't like what you've done, and you keep walking him back to his bed and his parents because we don't like what you've done. I could feel the fear of these people, but I felt comfort with the snort. That's my one Bigfoot story I'll tell you.
That's awesome.
That's amazing, man.
You know, we were in the northern California woods, which is their home.
Oh yeah, I know all that whole eastern area, like in Oregon, all up through there as well, Washington State. There's all those reports.
That's right. That's their home, and that was such a curious thing about where they live. You know, like what drove them to the woods, what keeps them in the woods, and how they interact with us and everything. And yeah, there's something to it.
I got to throw this one in here because I'm trying to play a little catch up in the chat. Our buddy Daz in chat just said they're all just tripping and loving your story, and then he says, "I believe it," and then he said, "Oh my God, what if the reset changed the Tartarians, which are generally thought to be of huge stature, giant type people? If it turned them into the big feet that they're now exist in Bigfoot physical form, but also in a spirit realm." Wow, that's
exactly,
hell, man.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
On the other flip side of that, and I know this goes into a whole lot of places that people have like doubts about and things now, and I know there's been a lot of changes about what we think, but there is change that happens. Macroevolution doesn't happen. Microevolution does. And
right.
If the historic records and all this kind of thing, Lloyd Pye, we were just talking about him earlier. If things added up like they were supposed to, that's where we would be right now in an evolutionary state. That's where. Let me think if I can say this the right way.
No, I heard you already.
Yeah. So if that evolution occurred, that's where it would have led. It wouldn't have led to us. The only way it could have led to us is through some miraculous intervention. His idea was, of course, the aliens, because he was holding a fucking Star Child skull in his hand at the time, so it tended to lend a little weight. But if you add, the outer rings and all that shit, then there's all kind of creatures coming and going amongst us. And so, yeah, that idea that's what the natives of this place would have been, is the Bigfoot, not our asses. That's where evolution led, not to us.
But they seem to be some sort of not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed type, where they seem to be like an amalgamation, like you were saying, like some kind of spin-off of the Tartarians or the previous giants who had to get run off. They might have been some genetic experiment.
Right.
But they're pretty
hybrids they talked about in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, my view is that the pre-flood thing, it says that all flesh lost its way, and dinosaurs and whatnot. It meant that they were playing genetic games, and that would have continued on after the flood, of course, in various realms. But something happened with the Bigfoot where they're too sentient to be an animal or animalistic. Only one in a couple thousand, because they drink blood and they're not supposed to. They're raised not to drink the blood, but to eat the meat. And then every now and again, one of the witchcraft types starts drinking the blood and starts getting the witchcraft going in the orbs and astral projecting and everything else. And the other big people are like, no. Because they know, this goes back to being made in God's image, where they respect us like that. And we seem to have that threat over them, where even though they could, of course, scare us and chase us out, the truth be told, only a couple of us have ever died to a Bigfoot, because if any of us found out that a Bigfoot killed or took a baby, if that gets widespread, we'll slaughter the entire race in a day. And they know that. It's like we have something over them that they can't. They either actually do love and respect and honor in some kind of way, in some strange way, or they're just scared of us, period. Or they love us. Like I said, there was a Bigfoot in the woods looking after me.
Right. I know this is just, this is people I know and love, so I have to believe these stories. And so in this place around Keithville in northern Louisiana, those woods go up into the woods that are part of the whole Arkansas National Forest. Like, you can get lost and die in those woods. That's how deep they get.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And so my cousin, or my family there, my cousin's family, my uncles and all, they moved to a place in Keithville in the 80s. And so she got to know the local people that had been living there and grew up there. And she got to dating one of them and wound up marrying into his family. And they would tell stories about the big feet that lived there, Bigfoots, whatever you call them. And that was Sasquatch would live there and would come and go, be in people's homes and like rumbling through like a bear does, rumbling through the cabinets.
Oh, hold on, I got a delivery.
But also on that one side, but then on the other side, it was like they would also see like where they had like family nesting areas and groups, and they were very familial in their ways, very tribal in their ways. One day, apparently somebody hit one and like it went on into the woods. And so the animal, they didn't want it to be hurt. They wanted to make sure, whatever. So they tried to track it and find it, see if it was hurt, dying, whatever. They went for days into those woods and they never ever found it. But yeah, he used to talk about that shit all the time. It was just known in that area that they came and went in your house. If you left it unlocked, they were going to come in, basically.
I'll tell you another thing. It wasn't until I started watching Bigfoot stories and stuff that I put it together. But as I said, I spent my entire youth in the wilderness alone. And everywhere I go, every time I get out there, I would look and feel and sense God in the quietude. I never realized, I always thought that the wilderness would just respect my presence and get quiet. I spent my whole youth in total quietude in the woods. in comfort and didn't think nothing of it.
That's awesome, man. There's nothing like it.
Well, yeah, but that's a sign of like their presence. I don't know why everything goes quiet when they come around, but they do. It goes quiet. In fact, the last time I was in the wilderness camping, it was just stone cold quiet the entire weekend. I was alone until I was driving out and I started hearing birds and stuff again. And I went, oh no, oh, wait a second. I didn't hear anything the whole weekend. Nothing. Not a cricket, not a bird, nothing. Oh, that's me. Hold on.
Time to rotate. I don't know that I've ever had any supernatural experiences in the woods. I've spent a fair amount of time in the woods. Uh-oh, we're having connection issues. I'm probably going to drop. I'm going low, it looks like.
Uh-oh. Well, what else? I mean, that's got to be the final blow they deal is just cutting us out completely, right?
Yeah. Saying I'm having connection issues, showing me.
Oh, yeah, you're digitizing in front of me even as I look at you. Josh, you're not real after all this fucking time.
They with the
They were
hacksaw
just
to bring it out.
bits and bips. What a phenomenally amazing night. And speaking of a red letter day for Iron Realm, thank you so much, Liz, for that super chat.
Turning off my
camera.
camera.
I got to tell you, I feel like we've heard the reports that they attach to folk, and if you shouldn't exchange gifts with them and such because it'll get creepy. But it never got like that with me. But I'm telling you, I can't go anywhere in Northern California where these Bigfoot aren't watching me and sending me signals of comfort. Like they half raised me.
I was going to say,
and everywhere I go, it gets absolutely fucking creepy fucking quiet. Now I get it. But it's still not scary. I've never been spooked one time in the woods, in the dark, all alone, nothing, never. Yet I've always felt like, well, there's something else out here.
I feel like I know the answer to the question, but I've got to ask: have you ever done a 23andMe? Have you considered maybe you're part Sasquatch?
I already know. I just had to go through the family tree and the family photos.
Find the hairiest guy? Yep, I knew it.
Well, I mean, you know how they say the red hair comes from the fallen angels. And I think that the Viracocha, remember the Viracocha?
No, I do not remember the Viracocha.
Well, you remember the Viracocha, the Aztecs?
That is, go for it, man. It's not catching my ring on my bell here. Go ahead.
Really? Okay, so the Aztecs had this mythology that they were like, after the reset, whoever remained grew up with no math or language or whatever, and then all of a sudden these guys that looked like me showed up in boats on their shore, like alone, and started teaching them math and basics and giving them the calendar and such.
Righto. Just the name wasn't a name I had at the tip of my brain for sure.
Viracocha, for one example. But that aspect of some hangover of lineage, I think, came through my family. That's what I think. I was raised by giants. That's how I feel. And plus, you know, I was naturally I have a predilection for figuring out the math and science of this place, as I have. And that's not exactly normal either. And then the rest of it, astral projection since I was a babe. And, you know, I mean, whew, I've got many storylines, but the shamanistic medicine man one is by far my most deepest, profound storyline. When I was just 3 years old, I grew up in a fucked up family now, except I had a mom that wasn't fucked up. She was kind of like me, where she was more or less victimized by it. But I was her Joseph, her favorite kid, and the rest of them, my dad even, were jealous of it because she looked at me different. So that's just how it goes. Like it says with Moses, he was a proper child, so they preserved him. You ever think about what a proper child means? Why would Scripture point out that Moses was a proper child?
No doubt.
Right.
The horns,
so
perhaps
there's
the horns.
The horns?
There's a statue of Moses, infamously has horns somewhere in a museum. Yeah. I'll find it.
No, I think that the Babylonians were transgenderisms. They done that. In that way, where, you know, if the Hebrews weren't into it, obviously, and so they were killing the Hebrew kids who weren't coming out halfway in between. And then Moses came out as a normal boy, basically, which was sacrosanct. And they were supposed to kill him. But, of course, the woman was like, no, this is a proper boy. We can't. She saw the other thing in it, you know, like the real thing, and then hid him away. And then the Pharaoh's daughter saw him too and was like, well, we're not, after all, this is a proper boy. But that was kind of like my family and me in my family. The rest of them were strange. Like my sister has Herodotism. My brother's all fucked up. And then my mom and I's connection. But after that, that's what happened when I was a kid. I was 3 years old and I was sleeping. We were in our second house. My dad was an alcoholic and lost everything. And so we had to move away from the big house and just in the normal house. And I had a dream as I was falling asleep in the darkness. You know how the closet door is halfway open when you're a kid, and up way in a deep dark corner of the closet, it's nothing but pure darkness and you can't look at it because it's horrifying. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Anyhow, yeah. So as I fell asleep, and then I kind of came to in a dream, and then all through my life, I've always known the difference between the type of thing that's just a dream or a vision. And this is more of like a dream vision where I knew I wasn't awake. It was a dream, yet it's too real. Like you feel yourself in your body. So it wasn't a vision. It was more like a premonition sort of thing, or a gift. So I'm laying there, and then my eyes lock in fear. I didn't know the fear of darkness at that point until this moment. Into the dark corner of the closet. It was open in my dream. And in there, I could see a silvery web with a spider in the center of it. Now, you know how there's that sign outside where they do the rituals that the weaving spider cannot come here?
Weaving spiders be not here, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, as opposed to an owl for some reason. I don't know. Owls versus spiders.
Those spiders, yeah, are very not normal. Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a vibe, there's an energy. I've done my best to not kill every spider I see because I'm trying to be a tolerant human of other species and entities.
Right, they're like the ugliest, scariest thing on earth. But if you actually look at them, they look back at you and they're like sweet and kind. They feel bad because they're so ugly and dangerous, and the way they eat is so disgusting, and they feel bad.
And then,
anywho, I don't know.
Like so many times over the year, like I already had grown up with the terror of them, like in a way I can't even fathom.
Yeah.
Like, give my car, pull over and give it to a spider, hanging in my face. But
yeah,
every person who wrote a book almost about UFO abduction in the 80s and 90s, Whitley Strieber, Bud Hopkins, John Mack, they all report some type of spider thing involved. Whitley had fucking spiders over the ceiling the size of him and his wife. Bonnie had them climbing up her wall. I mean, dude, they're in the literature everywhere. And then we start talking about Hattie Bob, and the brain just kind of goes, oh, I can't deal with that.
No. They're so horrifying and ugly and scary. So the dream goes, it's very quick. I look up from my bed in the corner, it's darkness, I get scared, and I see the silvery web and the spider and go, ugh. And then, the dream takes hold, and I do this thing where I climb out of my bed and up into the closet and up the wall like it's some sort of creep. And then I inhale the web and the spider.
Whoa.
And swallow it. Yeah.
Well, now they've got a tracker in you like in the Matrix. Dude, fuck.
That's not what it was exactly. This was the birthing of a shaman. This was my indoctrination into being a medicine man and an astral projector.
That's awesome.
And then I wake up, and then the rest of my life until I'm about 11 years old, I go through this long process of growing up in my dreams, where I get so much dream power, I can literally wake up and then go, I want to go back into my dream, and fall back asleep and re-enter the same dream where I left off. At some point, I could tell you all the dreams, but I was in Bosnia in the army, and of course it was stressful and all that biz. And I'm having powerful dreams, and then boom, I don't want to tell you the full story, but there was a duel with the devil himself.
Did it involve a fiddle?
And it was like the thing where the song is wrong, where you're not supposed to strike a deal with the devil. You don't bet against him. You don't gamble against him. Charlie Daniels wrote a song where the devil won that man's soul just merely by gambling against the devil for his soul. That's horrifying. And that's the truth. That's what the song is about. If Johnny was a real Christian, he would have said, I don't do no deal with the devil. You can watch me play if you like, but I ain't going to bet my soul against you. The devil already won when Johnny got into the deal. I had a tactic because I was having a bad time. I went home. And I landed in my main street, which you might figure out. It's where John Madden lived. It's like this idyllic type of town with the name above the street, the downtown, all old school and very peaceful. And I land there, and I'm like, oh, this is great. It's a sunny Sunday. All the people are pushing strollers. This is fantastic. And all of a sudden, the wind starts blowing, and the clouds come overhead, and people start hustling for the doors. Before I know it, I'm left out in the street alone with this darkness coming up behind me up the main street. And I stand there because I don't give a fuck. This is my hometown. This is my dream realm. I've already conquered it. And next thing you know, this dragon demon head comes out of smoke and snaps at me, and I have to jump. But I'm in my dream realm where I can fly already. So I jump like 500 yards, thinking nothing can catch me. And the moment I land, the devil's on my ass. And so, boom, I hit it again, just like Hulk jumping and flying through the sky. But boom, and I go all the way home, all the way across town, like 5 miles. And I land within like 200 yards of my house, thinking I'm safe. And wouldn't you know it, the dark smoke demon dragon is right there on my heels, and I have to start sprinting, which of course in my dream I can run like light speed, but I can't get away from him until I get within like a couple of yards of my house. And then boom, 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 I'm in my house. I'm looking out the front kitchen window, and I see this woman going left to right in front of me on the street, on the sidewalk. And she's got this black hood over her head, and she looks like she's got pale red hair and like a pale face, kind of freckly reddish kind of thing, you know, like we've seen all those characters, females be, the evil ones, you know, the night is dark and full of terror type, the Jezebel. And she pulls her hood back and looks right at me in the window and goes across the sidewalk, up my driveway, back across the walkway, and then straight to my door, and her eyes do not leave my eyes. And as she hits the door, she knocks, and I'm like, yeah, right. But my mom opens the door. And I'm going, no, don't open the door. She opens it just nonchalantly and like steps out of the way. And this woman is looking at me like, now I'm in your house. And all I could think to say was, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ. And I woke up in perfect peace. When I was like 11, this was like when I was 20. When I was like 11, what I had a dream was that I started flying through the sky. I was in my bed having night terrors as usual, but as it, you know, from like 3 to 11, this is many years of having night terrors and battles in my dreams, control over my dreams, everything else, where I'm graduating level to level. And then one time I'm in the sky of my hometown, finally flying safe, in total control of the whole realm. This is my house, my being. I get to do whatever I want here. It's better than living in the house with my fucked up family. And as I'm going through the clouds, I look down and I see my buddy's house, and I'm like, oh, let me go see my buddy's up to. I'm knocking on his window. As a boy who could fly. Except this was before the movie. And then something in me said, no, you're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be doing this. And I went, yeah, that's right. And I went back in my body and I woke up. And from 11 to 20, I never astral projected again. And I haven't astral projected since, because it's wrong and it's bad and it's scary. And you don't know what the fuck you're doing, and you shouldn't go there. Trust me. I went there, so you don't have to. But that was the moment where I realized this game in the dream world ain't no game. It wasn't a dream. But to me, at the time, it was normal. So there you go. And I think that the Bigfoot had an influence on that. I think everything had an influence on that. I don't even know what I am or who I am supposed to be. Viracocha, shaman, fuck if I know. All I know is I like spiders. I always like to keep a spider in the house, you know?
Yeah, I don't kill them like I used to. I mean, I used to go after them with a can of Right Guard and a lighter. That was my spider killer. Oh, dude, I was flamethrower.
It's scary, man.
Before Elon made it cool, without a doubt. But yeah, I had to work on that. And I have. Thank you, Zach.
I get lost a lot. I have zero sense of direction. So I hope that if I find myself somewhere that I'm not supposed to be, somebody shows me some kindness and patience and just kind of politely picks me up and places me somewhere
Puts me
safe.
outside where I'm supposed to be or whatever, right?
Word.
So I try to offer the same.
Now. I try to now. I have to admit, early on, though, I was quite the devastator.
Well, isn't that the beauty of it? I mean, God wasn't going to let me do that as a mature man, but as we all go, like the young explorer, this is the knowledge of good and evil. We're down here to fuck up. That's it. I mean, we can't, this is the thing that God wanted. He didn't want to keep telling fart jokes with Adam for eternity. He wanted mature men who knew fear, who knew blood, who knew the rest of it, and had made the mistakes of those types of errors of all types and came back from it. Because how else would we go on through eternity and not be deterred from going and trying that stuff. So here we are in the knowledge of good and evil and basically hell, learning step by step what we don't want to do anymore, what feels bad, what is wrong. So we're not tempted toward it anymore. We already know better, and we're no longer telling fart jokes. We're telling better stories. God wants to sit around a campfire with us, and he doesn't want to sit around with Adam telling fart jokes for eternity. He needs a man. He wants to hang out with guys, telling real stories.
You wouldn't believe what this one chick did. All I had to do was take one bite of this apple, see? And she blamed it on a snake.
Well, don't you know that the lesson on that primarily for us is that we as men know the truth when we hear it, but women, that's why honesty is the number one trait. They're going to believe whatever the devil tells them. That's why we don't let our women talk to Satan or other men.
What was the snake's punishment?
He multifold, manifold, just like ours.
He had to crawl in his belly. So what did he do
dust.
before then? What was the snake doing prior to that?
What was Satan's form prior to that?
Well, if he came to her as a snake, how did the snake
No,
come to her?
No. He didn't come to her as a snake.
No?
You are gravely mistaken.
Well, the gravely is pretty serious charge.
Well, yeah. Well, once you hear it, you'll understand. What he did was he showed the third of angels who would follow him after seeing this, that if they were to show up in all their glory, Eve's vagina could not resist them. You see, Satan showed up as an emerald-skinned holy angel, muscular and buff and glorious and gleaming. It wasn't just some lie that she fell for. It was his persona, his beauty, emerald scaled skin, made of, silicone-based life form. And angels made from wind and fire. We're made from clay and water. And Eve was attracted to him. And he had Eve bite the apple, which of course, knowledge of good and evil. What's knowledge? Knowledge is knowing sex. She got horny and aroused apart from her husband. And then as she's walking up on Adam, sultry, offering him the apple. Could you imagine resisting your woman when she's walking up to you all horny? No. So they consummated their marriage in lust. He took a bite of the apple. He turned to lust. They consummated the marriage in lust. And of course, that's wrong. You don't consummate a marriage in lust. You consummate your marriage with Jesus in the room. And so this was their sin. And that's why she's subject to us, and et cetera, et cetera. Her birth pains are what deliver her now. How is the crime, the punishment fits the crime? Why is she, what does it have to do with birth? Well, because they consummated their marriage in lust, and this was wrong. And then they felt they were naked, because you don't really feel naked amongst your wife unless you're like lusty. Otherwise, it's innocence. But that was the devil's trick. And the fallen angels, the ones who would choose to fall, saw this and realized that if they could come in the flesh as Adam and Eve already had, and as Jesus would, that these women would lust after them because they would be hung like horses. They'd be giants. And the woman couldn't resist it. And this tells us all you need to know about being a husband right there. And so they drank blood on Mount Hermon to create a sin worthy of death, just like Adam and Eve did, so they could come in the flesh, just like Adam and Eve did, and then roam the earth, and then they could passive-aggressively war against men to defeat them, because God said, you were made to serve man, and the devil refused to serve man. He was made too good. And this is why the angels are singing. It's the silliest, softest thing you ever heard. The angels in the sky above the manger where Jesus was born singing and goodwill towards men. What is that? How is that an impactful statement? The Messiah's come and we're singing about goodwill towards men. What does that mean? Because the fallen angels don't have goodwill towards us. They want to destroy us, but they can't outright war against us. It has to be passive aggressively. So they tried to take all of our women, and then therefore we wouldn't bear any more men. And that's why there's only 8 men left when the flood came. Just like Jesus said, all flesh had lost its way. He was losing the battle, you might say, except he already planned for this and knew that the devil and the women and the man would have to go through this. And so after all that was worked out in the first 1,596 years, he flooded it. Noah was true. His kids were true. And he reset the earth. The devil had to find a new way. But people ask why there's suffering in the world, because the devil isn't dead. He hasn't even hardly been demoted. He was made, he can't appear the way he did in glory and glory. He was the most glorious, beautiful, perfect light bringer there ever was. He was the prettiest, most gorgeous, sexiest man, evil, bad, good. He was an irresistible, bad man. But since God reduced him, he shows up as a snake, yet he still has access to heaven now. And he's up there accusing man before God day and night. And look what Johnson's doing. Look what Walt is doing. They're all sinners. They're betraying you. They should die. But like Jesus prophesied, behold, they saw Satan fall from heaven as a bolt of lightning, and that day is coming. And if you put the math together, we got Adam and Eve and Satan coming in the flesh. Excuse me, Adam and Eve and Jesus so far coming in the flesh. But Satan has that card yet. He still yet can come in the flesh, and that's what he's going to do. That's the Antichrist.
So that wasn't.
So
the flesh wasn't the angelic form with the green scales, nor the former form where he was crawling on the ground as his punishment.
You can only come in the flesh one time. But now he appears as this, but whenever he chooses it, he could commit some kind of sin, be cast down to earth, and show up in the flesh. And that's what he's going to do. Of course, that's the last day. That's going to be a bad day. The first thing he does is kill Enoch and Elijah, before the temple of Jerusalem. After they've been preaching for 3.5 years and spitting fire and killing all their enemies. So his his championship is that he walks out, comes in the flesh, and kills those two. They're dead for 3.5 days, and they go to heaven. And then now, boom, there's nothing else left to do on the earth. Everything's been decided, per se. Now it's time for God to put his heels in the dirt and lead from the earth. He would have led from the earth. There's a scripture early on where he says that now Jesus realized that these people were going to come and make him king, but he couldn't do that. He had to go die. Why couldn't he do that? Why didn't you just show up and reign on earth in the first place? Because he would have had to kill everybody. The law of kings is keep what you kill. You got to kill everybody. You got to put down everyone and everything. And that's not the time for that. He had a better way. So when he comes back the second time, after the rapture, yada, yada, comes back down, he's on Zion calling the Jews to him. Now we have what they call the millennial reign, 1,000 years of righteousness, where all of a sudden there is no corruption from on high. The man in charge is righteous and just. And now all of a sudden the rest of the laws and the people find suit. And so now all of a sudden we're all living our healthy, happy lives in peace, and only the fringe is evil, and they get caught easily and punished easily. And then we know justice because Jesus is ruling from the earth.
For you.
Finally.
I'm just being a shithead. Hey, I am going to have to get out of here in a minute or 3. I have just pain I have to deal with. I can come back if y'all want to hang out, but I've got to get up and move around. I've been sitting here too
I didn't mean to turn you off, Walt.
No, it's not you at all, dude. You don't even know. In fact, I'm in chat telling everybody, hold on, this is Convo with Hacksaw. I was wanting to get into the whole thing with like Nakash and just different things. You know me, I'm always going to play
Nakash?
devil's advocate. Yeah, Nakash. The original.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know what that is.
So the original Hebrew, allegedly, because I don't read Hebrew,
Well,
but Zach does.
I know the original Hebrew. God's taught me.
Okay.
You know.
So then there's
Nakash, Satan, that guy.
Well, no, it's way back in the garden, but it talks about that these. Ow, buddy! Ow, sorry, the cat got on me. He's scratching me. It's been too long, man. I need to go back and read the book again. But so
all right, we got time.
He approached as an upright being. Part of God's punishment was that they then crawl on their belly forever, and that whole strain of things. I wanted to get into that because he did approach her as a upright bipedal being in the original Hebrew as a being named Nakash.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous. The gorgeous, most sexiest thing any woman's ever laid her eyes upon.
But
absolutely
then, like I said, the curse of God was that forever crawling on your belly and all that. But there was something else you had said, damn it, and now it's gone because, again, the cat just jumped on me and scratched me.
Take your time. Take your time. I'm smoking a cigarette.
So after Adam and Eve ate the apple, and God said, all right, Eve, I have to increase your pangs in childbearing. How many children had...
Oh, it was the horns. Never mind. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
How many children had Eve had?
This is what I think. He said, you will be delivered by your pains of childbirth. And, you know, women die in childbirth.
Well, he said, I will greatly increase your pangs, I believe is the way I remember having read it.
To even death. But either way, like, they are delivered. Like, you know, it's a delineation between man and woman in some kind of thing where...
Well, how many births had she given prior to this?
Zero. She was naive to sex.
So she's
a virgin.
So what is God increasing the pangs from?
Well, the plan, the original idea was that don't forget we were supposed to eat without working. We were supposed to birth without pain. We didn't have colons. There was no poop. There's no farting. We were gonna eat. So blood and flesh cannot inherit the kingdom, but bone and flesh can. We leave the blood and the colon behind. And when we go up there, we eat, and it just absorbs. It's so pure, and we smell like it. You still smell like what you eat now, but you don't realize it too much. But then there will be none of that. What my understanding is that after they consummated their marriage in lust, wrongfully, without God in the room, which is the reason for all divorce today, they had a baby, and that baby was Cain. And let me ask you, how did Cain turn out?
I believe he went off, got a job, got married, had some kids.
With some other people.
He killed his little brother.
Buddy, you gotta stop.
He killed his little brother. So Abel, Adam and Eve learned their lesson and then had marital sex in a marital bed that was holy with Christ in the room and produced Abel, who was a good child and minded his duties. And when the time came for Cain and Abel to produce their fruits, Cain was like, fuck this. And Abel was like, I'd love to. Look at all this good stuff God did. And then Cain goes off and, you know, the devil's lying at the door, then lies in wait at the door. And then he goes and kills his brother. This is because he was basically born evil from a marriage consummated in sin and lust, as opposed to holy matrimony.
But I think he did then go on to get a job and have a wife and raise some kids.
Cain?
Uh-huh.
No, Cain couldn't grow food. It made him a fugitive and a wanderer upon the earth. He had to work for other people, and other people had to work for his food, which made him a slave, which made him worthless and worthy of death wherever he went. And Cain said, I can't bear this. And God said, okay, I'll give you a mark, so that if anybody kills you, I'll revisit their sin upon them 7 times 7.
And I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before about Adam and Eve, and then Cain and Abel, and then Cain going out to work for all the other people that were also created at some point.
No, they just kept having sex.
Who? Adam and Eve?
Everybody.
All of Adam and Eve's children.
Well, you have to remember that, like, when you're a holy person and you're consummating your marriage properly, you'll have fewer children. But if you're humping like rabbits because all you want to do is hump, God's not going to stop the procreation. So you're going to have more babies.
Like Adam
so very shortly. Yeah. So Adam and Eve had very few children. They were locked up on the holy hill, and God said, "Don't come off this
because
mountain."
I can remember early on finding out, because I was reading the book, that Enoch was the son of Cain. He was the son
There's 2 Enochs.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Enoch was the first son of Cain, and he went and built the first city, which is Enoch, which is where all the black magic comes from. But in God's way, there's another Enoch, and he's holy. And God took him, and he is not, for God took him. And the only thing that fell down after Enoch was taken up was a piece of paper, which he wrote upon the invisible God. And it flooded to the earth, and his family read it. And Enoch is going to come back with Elijah into Jerusalem after the rapture. Because the gospel left the Jews, it's gone to the world. And after we get raptured, well, of course, there's no more preaching in the world. It goes back to the Jews, and they're preaching from the temple, Holy Temple Mount, the gospel, the same gospel I'm preaching now. They're saying the same thing I'm saying now, which is the same thing that Jesus is going to be saying when he comes back in his second coming, the double-edged sword from the mouth that destroys everybody. He's not going to be saying, like, die, 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 kill, 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 or hitting them with anything. He's just going to be preaching the gospel. Repent and believe, because the kingdom of the Father is here. And it's going to kill them all. But, of course, that's off in the future. But Cain, being an evil child, killed his little brother. I mean, what does it take for you to kill your little brother? Aren't you a brother?
I'm a brother. I have an older
sister. Did you
sister.
kill your little brother? What if your older brother killed you? What if your older sibling killed you? I mean, how wrong is that? The youngest is given under the steed of the eldest, even, according to the hierarchy of God. So Cain had no love for his little brother. He wanted to kill him because he's outshining him, like an evil son would think and feel. And I'm telling you, that is from where Adam and Eve consummated their marriage in the garden, even in sin. And they begat an evil child.
So could an evil child and a holy child consummate a child? Yeah.
It's not about who they are, it's about how they do it.
Well, it must be something about who they are.
No.
Well, then what does how they do it have to do with anything? Doesn't it sort of determine
the same way that you go
who they are?
Most marriages are formed in sinful sex. There's pleasure to sin.
Uh-huh.
And so you start having butt sex and all the other kind of sex, sodomy, whatever else it is. And then you go, oh, this woman's great and hot and sexy. I'll marry this one. And then after 20 years, you're like, she's not attractive anymore. I don't know what's wrong. She doesn't want to have any more butt sex. I do. And so I'm going to leave her. My heart's going to wander. And this is the whole point of starting and beginning in holy matrimony. Marriage is held honorable among all, and the marriage bed undefiled. And if you defile that marriage bed, if you want a wife, you grab her and take her to bed, and you wake up married. That's law. That's called common law in America. If you're living with a woman and you're having sex with her, and you go to the hospital, she shows up and goes, we live together, we mate together. I'm his wife. You don't have to show rings or papers or nothing. It's common law. Our laws are still based on all this basic stuff. And so the point is that you can consummate your marriage in sin and suffer the consequences. But if you ever come back to it, I mean, God's merciful and gracious. He He's there. You're supposed to have a third person in the room, and his name is Jesus Christ. And any mom will tell all her daughters, get married, because she knows that the only thing good here is in the marriage bed, unless there's sin in it. And then they're going to be unhappy and get divorced at some point. That's why 50% of marriages fail, because we're all raised up in sin, and we think that we're supposed to be lustfully attracted to our wife as opposed to the other kind of thing. You see? Too easy. They're hitting home runs. Grand slams all day, baby.
I got to say, it's been awfully good to talk to you, Hack.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate having the voice. I'm glad for you guys.
I'm so glad
Praise
you
the Lord for
responded.
you guys.
Well, I got a new phone not too long ago. I was in a car wreck and my phone got busted and I had to get a new phone. And I know I had you in there. I just didn't have any messages from previous saved. So I just wanted to reach out and shoot the number, shoot you another text just to see if you're still around, still alive, still kicking, still responding. So I'm glad you did. I'm glad you made it.
And nothing changed. Walt, are you still there?
I just got back. Absolutely.
Well, thanks for hanging in there. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, man. I just need to stretch my legs. If I sit too many hours long, it gets hurtful. And
I talked to Savage today for the first time in like 5
Really?
years.
Oh my God! Full circle.
Yeah.
Oh my God! There you go.
Yeah.
I'm about to call Ben Long right now.
So did you talk to Savage before I texted you?
Yeah. Like yesterday and today.
What the fuck?
Yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
Can't fight it, baby.
No, you can't. You really can't.
Nowhere to run to, baby. Nowhere to hide. You know, Walt, one of my most favorite times in all my life is when we were singing "Wish You Were Here."
Fucking A, dude. Fucking A.
Fucking A.
What a fucking night. This is too incredibly nuts.
Way
mental, I believe, would be the correct word. Mental.
All right, well, I'll let you guys go. Yeah.
Yeah, shit. I guess we should. It's been almost 4 hours.
4 hours. I'm looking at 3:47. 3:47
It is almost 4 hours. Well, that was. Yeah.
You guys got a live chat going on there? How's that going?
Yeah, they're there. They're hanging out. They're involved.
Anybody saying anything?
Yeah, they're begging for more Sasquatch.
Absolutely.
What do they want to hear about Sasquatch?
They definitely love the Sasquatch. And I mean, everybody's got a take on everything you've been talking about, of course. We have some late comers to the show. I'm looking at you, Andy B. What did you miss? Right. What did you miss? So much. Definitely a replay.
What do they want to?
A wormhole.
What do they want to hear?
Wormhole is what you witnessed today.
Yeah, no doubt. No shit.
They don't want to hear about astral projection. They want to hear about Bigfoot.
No, they were into that too. Like I said, we speak about that quite often. We still have many people showing up that are under attack that we have to that shit because it's.
You want to hear another Bigfoot story?
And the freaking. Go ahead, absolutely. But
so what?
Just don't. Go ahead. I'm gonna hang on.
Just on what?
Well, I've got cats jumping on me. Hang on.
What do cats have to do with my story?
Dude, I've got 6 cats in my house now. You may have missed that part of the story earlier. Yeah, so they are definitely in active mode right now. It's their zoomy time, and my chair is the middle point of them climbing up one side and about halfway up missing the chair, and I'm part of the chair now, so I get full claw embedded in my side of my guts while they're climbing. So yeah,
I don't even have a single spider in my house right now.
I'm sure they're chasing spiders. Every time they see anything moving on the floor, they're after it. Don't you worry.
All right, so 2015 or 17, something like that. I found myself in the dark of the morning, kicking my feet up, having a cup of coffee outside under the stars. And then I got this feeling, because, as we wake up, we start to look up, as we've all experienced. So I look up and I see this star, like a really big, bright, white star, moving above my head. And when it gets right above me, it stops. And instantly, I get the sensation that I'm looking back at something looking down at me. And instantaneously after that, it skips away like it's trying to hide. Somehow it shrinks away into the night sky, flies off. 4 years later, I need a camping trip. I go out to Northern California woods. I set up a fire, I prop my feet up, I smoke my pipe. Then all of a sudden, I get this feeling like I might be being watched. And I'm alone. It's this post-camping season. I'm the only man. This is actually, you can look it up. It's called, it left me. It's not Big Sur, Little Sur. I don't know why I'm thinking that. I think it's called Basin. It burnt, actually, after I left. But I'm in a little basin, little basin, something like that. And there's like 40 campsites, and they're all empty. I'm the only dude in the whole area. There's acreage campsites. So I'm all alone in the darkness with the fire. My feet up. And I get that same feeling. And I look up, and wouldn't you know it, here comes another star. I had my phone off and back at home. Nothing should have known I was going out there. I didn't telegraph anything. I decided to do it early in the morning, didn't tell anybody. Drove somewhere I never went before. With no computer chips in my vehicle, nothing. And I look up and there's another star moving over my head in between the trees. And it stops, it looks at me, and I go, got you first. And then it flies off. And the next day, I realize the only sound I hear is a woodpecker. For all my years in the woods, I've only heard a woodpecker, like this one time, let alone looking at one within 25, 50 yards up on a tree. And there he's just go pecking away, and there's no other sound. So it's annoying me. And I'm like, what are you doing? And all of a sudden I get to spook. And I'm telling you, the rest of the entire time, I felt like I was being watched. I even preached a sermon to the trees saying, I don't know what's out there, but you're being called to not let it at me. And then I felt better. And it was after that, when I was driving away after the weekend, I was really like pulling through the gate a few 100 yards away when the sounds come back. And I realized, I didn't hear a sound besides that woodpecker all weekend long. In the darkness, in the daylight, nothing. And I really feel like that's the signal of the Bigfoot, as we've all heard. In my estimation, when you're made in the image of God and you're Jesus, you go out to the wilderness, everything's chirping and worshiping and praising and singing. But the Bigfoot is some other kind of beast, like almost a heritage of the fallen angel, where they've got some next level power over, like their rank and file above the rest of the things besides us. And they just don't like the sound for some reason. I don't know. Maybe like to hear us breathe. I don't know. But I didn't feel threatened. I just felt the same way I always did, except when I realized this is how it's always gone, but this isn't actually normal. I'm supposed to be hearing the woods. I'm in the middle of the woods. There should be life all around me, and I'm not hearing anything yet. I had identified that with comfort. It was my place. Of course, the woods go quiet when I show up. I want to think. I want to focus and concentrate. I love it. I want to go. I want to smoke my pipe and feel the breeze. But that one time I felt like, what is going on here? And I don't know what's watching or following. I don't know if they're opposed to this or that. But I do know that if they were opposed to us, they'd be taking us and killing us all the time. And that somehow, some way, we're heritage, that they feel like they're an abomination and they know it. And we, made in the image of God, go into the wilderness, and they more than fear us. They respect us. They love us. Most of them are motherly towards us. And if you ever get the signal to leave, it's probably because there's one wild man out there that's been drinking animal blood for a couple of weeks and doing witchcraft, and he might kill you because he's off his rocker. And then the careful ones, instead of going and killing that one or whatever, they tell you, just turn around and go. Just turn around and go. And you should listen to that. That's fair. We get the daytime. They get the nighttime. You get to about walk as deep as you can during the daytime, and then you got to turn around and get out before the nighttime comes. As Jesus said,
I like that.
You got to work during the day, because when nighttime comes, nobody can work because you can't see nothing. That's the other time.
Because they mostly come at night. Mostly.
They mostly come at night. Everything's nocturnal except us. It's our daytime is our time. We get to go
My
and do
cats
as
are
we
definitely
please.
demonstrating that currently in their nocturnal rambunctious.
Dude, cats are the baddest nocturnal animals ever. I love that. I love that. I used to have this cat that would sit out like a lion. It was just a little tiny kitty cat. It would sit out on our property like a lion. It would just lean back with its paws out and look around. It was my territory. Yeah, I missed that cat.
I think I'm going to have to wrap this up.
Hey.
We're like 4 minutes away from 4 hours long.
Yeah. I know, these poor audience numbers.
I know, right? And my day started a few hours ago.
Yeah.
That's right. I got to pull this pizza out of the oven and everything, too.
So
I'm glad to
Now
talk
you're
to you
gonna make
guys.
me go eat
Well,
pizza. Thanks.
Josh.
We're about 7 hours from 3 o'clock. That's, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are like way off. You guys are way, it's already 8 p.m. my time.
Yeah, 3 o'clock was my 12-hour mark.
I wouldn't hold you up any longer, but please invite me to another conversation. I'd love to join.
Yes, you are.
Definitely.
Certainly. As we promised everyone there in chat, tonight won't be a one-off. Hopefully it will just be the beginning of a new phase.
So much weirder than I ever expected.
I know,
it to
dude.
be.
My brain is not even wrapped around all of this yet. And then he throws
What did you
Savage in the mix. Who knows? We don't even know what to expect.
I expected
anymore.
Jimmy to come on.
Yeah.
And I
that's what
expected
really
us to
expected.
reminisce and talk about old times and kind of go over shit. And ta-da, that's a
Couple
show.
hours would be a show. Yeah.
Right. That's what I expected. Did not expect Adam to come on. I did not expect to think to reach out to you. And if I did, I certainly would have expected you to come on like drop of a hat. All right, let's do it now.
Right.
Well, hey, the link works, and
it does.
As I've been groomed and instructed, I'm to be ready at any instant, in season or out of season. So you can always rely on me.
There you go. Perfect.
Well, it's always hacksaw season.
All right,
now that we
fellas.
know you're Savage's handler, I mean, it's all
right
fixed now.
I have to have you pass
Yeah,
on a few messages.
I'll bring him back in.
Do a dead drop or something and get some messages out to him.
Right. Yep. Yeah. I'll send one to the cat. Oh.
Well, all right, fellas. I'm going to get my dinner.
All right, Hacksaw. Love
God
you,
love
man.
you.
Truly, thank
I'm
you
so
so
happy
much.
to hear
Bless you. And so good to talk to you again, man. We need to do it
Much
more
obliged.
often, and it doesn't ever have to always be live. You know that.
Or
well, you know I ain't going nowhere.
Years between.
I'm like Josh. I've had a few phones too since last I had your actual number. So whether I still have it in my phone is debatable, but I can get it from Josh.
Yeah, I don't know if he how'd you, Josh, you got my proper number? Yeah, give it to Walt.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, fellas. I'll talk to you next time.
All right, brother.
All right.
Sorry,
Much love,
Hank.
Hank.
Get on there. Damn, it caught me.
I'm going to talk to you soon.
Good night.
Absolutely.
What the fuck?
Dude, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I just broke my brain.
What
is
the
gone.
fuck? Well, the bright side, that just saved you a whole bunch of show production for the several weeks ahead.
No doubt. We got it lined up.
Right. There's like the next two shows are done. We just knocked them out all in one. That's 3 birds with 1 stone.
Mhm. I know.
And then just a reminder, next Friday we will be having a short one, or maybe none at all. Maybe Walt says maybe premiere something, because I'm going to go hang out with Mike LeBrash and his 2 new co-hosts over on the Truthers Hour
we
of
start
Comedy.
running long over here, and it gets too much, and you may want to leave, and we'll stay here and miss that, and so yeah, it might just be easier to do it that way. So throw any requests you guys have there in the chat of shows that you might want to premiere again, one that you remember especially good. Oh, I'm sorry, the yawns are on me and I can't stop now. That's because I've quit doing that. Well, I was not doing the evening coffee, and yesterday I learned no more noon coffees.
Got to stick to that 3 a.m. coffee. I'm down to.
And it wore out long ago.
I had 2 cups this morning, which is usually light for a Friday show day, morning time, and I only had 1 when I got home from work. So I'm still within my quotas for coffee on any given day, and I'm usually close to double that on a Friday. I'm good for 2 cups of coffee a day now, instead of half a pot or whatever the hell I was drinking before. No sugar anymore in my coffee. Cream, half and half only. And I'm just going to keep rambling because I'm tired, still trying to process what the fuck just occurred over the last 4 hours right here.
Thanks to all our manifestors there in the chat. We appreciate it. You guys did a bang up job.
Manifestors. Yeah. Guess we can go out with a little bit of gravity, except I've only got the wonky version. Might just have to do a wonky version. Isn't that what's up on our channel?
I think it is. You want me to put the one I have that I know I can find?
Might as well. Might as well do the full good version. And here's some good news I found out the other day. Back in 2012, Missouri made legal switchblades. Well, you can't really see it because it's background. But my whole life growing up, switchblades were always illegal. Like, oh, cool, that's a switchblade. I don't think we could even have butterfly knives, technically, because all that shit was illegal. But like 10 years ago, they made them legal again. That was cool as shit. I got like 2 knives that just shoot right out the front. Like, I had a little knife as a kid, a little plastic toy knife that did that, and I thought that was the coolest shit. I thought, man, that'd be awesome if they'd made a real knife like this. If I had a knife like this, that'd be so awesome. And I was a little kid in school, and they could have like the school store that would open a couple times a year, and I always go and I'd buy the switchblade comb that I'd carry in my pocket. It made me feel so cool opening up a switchblade comb. Like, man, it'd be so cool if I had a real switchblade. So I made sure to use a promo code with which I got a free switchblade with my OTF knives, my out the front knives. So now I carry a switchblade just because I can. Just because I can. Still digging there, Walter? Or did you freeze up on me?
It did take a minute.
You have to shoot me that link. I'll steal the audio and replace this half-assed audio. And we'll just go ahead and say goodnight. Everybody, thanks for hanging out with us. Annie D, much love and comfort.
James just pops up with he just got power back.
Yeah, well, I ain't got nothing left.
No, I know. I'll tell him. But yeah, it's just ironic that we're done and he can come back now.
And you know when he left the first time, he stepped away and then my signal went down to almost nothing. The minute he came back, so did my signal. for whatever that's worth. But this has been an absolutely surreal show. Again, not at all what I was expecting. So much more. Like, still, part of my brain is still. I'm going to dream about this. I know, because that's the only way,
I thought the same thing.
Only way I can really truly process this is in my dreams.
Oh,
so I know that my brain is going to be just desperate to process this fucking event of the 4-hour show that was tonight. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you, everybody. Please go back.
Guys,
if you didn't sit through the whole thing, go back and listen to it. It was
please. Your brain will be broken as well. It's beyond measure.
Absolutely. Thank you, Walter. Thanks for getting this set up and for helping making what it was.
I'm glad it turned out like it did, man. I had, just like you, the hopes of a great night talking to James. The rest was just beyond measure. So, yeah. Thank you all again. The manifestation is incredible. All right. Here we go.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Be good. Be well.
We're up pretty high, our heads are almost in the clouds, and their feet are chained to the ground with their chains of misery. They've got a hold of me, they won't let go of me. Let go of me. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. They can be cruel and mean and a huge pain. Our heads are in the clouds now. Don't let them make it rain. A smile can be the sign they're missing out on their rainy day. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. You defy gravity. They say we aren't strong enough, we don't have what it takes. I say yeah, they're wrong enough, and we'll show them someday. They might have gravity on their side, but something's pulling us high. Got the potential to fly. Oh yeah, don't let them be what holds you back from this one incredible chance. They're lucky to have had a glance at you while you defy gravity. You defy gravity. You defy gravity. Yeah, yeah. At you while you defy gravity.